宿命に抗い立ち向かう己の正義を掲げて決して終わりのない戦いの行方は僕のこの手にかかってるからたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の一歩を進 Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the opening games for the Progenitor League circuits. I am your play-by-play caster, Ben Juhadre Sorensen, and joining me is Brock Proden Rubino on color.
Hey, thanks, Johadre. It's been a while since we've casted. It's good to be back with you again.
Yeah, I agree. And on our own project, right? You and I got together with some friends and we are putting this one together all on our own. So as we get into everything, first and foremost, I want to send a huge shout out to the PLC staff, Admin Anonymous running basically everything. We've got Toy Story Fan helping us on our social media, as well as C Games Rule, and we got some really really good players signed up here today. Everybody, we're so happy with how everything has been coming together. But because it is our first tournament, there have been a couple hiccups. So please excuse some of those things. We've got some background stuff going on right now. We'll get into games as soon as we can. But while the teams are readying up, Proden, let's talk a little bit, shall we?
Oh, that's what we're here for, right? To talk.
I certainly hope so. We're not quite into patch 13.22, but I think there are some interesting things that happened on the last one that I want to discuss and see if we're going to see certain champion picks, because one of the big things that the development team threw in there was the jungle ability of Brand and increasing Morgana back up to what she used to be. Do you think we're going to see either of those, or is that a little bit more technical? What do you
I
think?
I think
Meta
you'd
shifting
have
that way?
more of a chance to see a Morgana jungle than Brand. Like I haven't seen any Brand jungles in any solo queue games or normal games I've played, but I have seen Morgana jungle.
Hmm.
So I don't know how good it actually is. I haven't paid too much attention to that. But I would think that you might see some Morgana,
Hmm.
possibly.
I think that Brand would do really well on the Razorbeak camps or the Wolves, those AoE camps. I think that was one of the big points of it.
Yeah, but it depends what junglers are being played right now. Like, I don't think Brand can jungle. I think Brand would have a hard time jungling into some of the meta junglers right now.
Hmm.
Like, if a Braire's in the game, I'm pretty sure she just invades you and kills you at like level 2. And I don't think
Yeah.
there's much you can do about it. She's one of the strongest junglers right now. I don't think you can do a Nocturne, Graves or Rek'Sai. I'm pretty sure you just die to all of them.
So that's an interesting consideration, because I don't think people really think about that when they're choosing their picks, right? You pick something that's fun or will be good in doing the one thing, but then you have to consider, like you said, the dueling and the counter jungling and such. So probably no Brand. That's unfortunate, because I think it would be a lot of fun to see that.
Yeah, I'd be like, I I do think Morgana is a possibility. She does have a good win rate. She's rated pretty highly, so I think there's a possibility of that. Um, so I think that would be interesting. I kind of like Morgana jungle. I think throw a bind from like half a screen away and hit somebody in the this fog of war
Mm,
is pretty powerful. It's like a Nidalee spear, but it hits you even if it doesn't.
yeah. So then you brought up Briar, her slight nerf. What do you think about that?
It's she's still super strong. Like
Hmm.
that's really strong champ, and she just had a different play style that people had to get used to. So when they buffed her, they probably didn't need to because. But you can't tell when she comes out. She has the worst win rate that a champ's had in like forever. She's rocking
Yeah.
like a 30% win rate. You're like, oh, is this just player skill or is this the champ actually underpowered? So, but now
Right.
they've been slowly pulling her back. She's down to around a 51-ish% win rate right now. Super strong. I wouldn't doubt we see her. I would like to see her. I think she's a super cool champ. She's not one of those champs you have to be a mechanical god to play. You just need to be smart with
Hmm.
her. Save your E so you don't taunt yourself under a tower and die. Which I won't say that I've done that.
I'll say I have. I have. So then, up here in the chat, who thinks we'll see a Briar? I'm pretty sure it'll be 100% pick ban, so it'll be somewhere in the game, but actually played. Will we get Briar gameplay? Let's take a vote here in the chat while we're waiting. And also, while we're waiting, apart from talking some of the patch and everything like that, we do need to talk about our format. So the original intention was to do what they're doing at Worlds is called Swiss, where you only play against teams who have your same record. But that doesn't really work when you have an odd number of teams. We only have 3 at the moment. That was one of the hiccups that happened on our original setup. So it's going to go into a round robin. That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be playing the 3 games, each team playing each other, and then we'll move into a finals. Admin Anonymous will be the one who can help us determine that, because if we get 1-1-1-1-1-1, right? If everybody beats each other, we get the true rock paper scissors. I don't know how we're going to deal with that.
I'll probably just go by game time or
Oh yeah, the
you know,
tiebreakers.
scores, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, everybody, we're going to have 3 regular games and then a best of 3 for the finals. So we're looking 5-6 games coming up in here, and we're really excited for that. Let's see who everyone's supporting. Everyone in the chat, who are you supporting? We got ourselves Team Unknown, some more OGs, Cannon Fodder, and Iman Mate.
I wish we could do predictions on the channel, but when I try to make one, it doesn't work because I'm assuming because we're not affiliated yet.
Yeah, but we'll get there with your help, chat. And forgive me, it's Eman Mate. And Broden, this team was started by a buddy of mine, and for like 3 weeks he was saying that he couldn't come up with a name, and he finally came up with one, and he put it in here. It's just team name spelled backwards.
He didn't go with the ones I gave him, like Proton is the best.
No, not this time.
Wow, that's
But
rude.
for everyone that needs to sign up a team, Proton is the best is a great team name. That would be Pib, would be your little code there. All right, everybody. We are really close to Champion Select. We're just waiting for 1 or 2 more things. It should be any moment now. But the other thing that I want to talk about patch-wise, at least that I want to discuss, Proton, if you have anything else, you can bring that up. We've got ourselves the Hullbreaker nerf.
Yeah, I don't think that's really that big of a deal. I still think it's a super strong item. It's just not quite as strong. I mean, it's still, you know, you see Hullbreaker Yone and he's ahead in that top lane, and you see all the typing and chat nonstop about how broke it is, and people just crying. So it's evidently being felt as a strong item still. Whether or not it is, you know, that could be debatable. But I would say it's probably still strong.
I think that the nerfs were intended for the LeBlancs and Aries who, you know, wouldn't have hit points or other resistances to make it as an effective item, right? You'd be building your ability power and your cooldown instead of those other stats. So I agree with you. I think it's still going to be a really strong item for the Yones, for the Alawis, the Yoriks, those types of champions. But then when it comes to the other silly builds that we've been seeing, it's dissuadable, I would say.
Yeah. Agreed. I agree with that. I do wonder if we're going to have any Cassante players, because that champ is really good in high elo. Lower elo, not so much, but you know, Emerald Plus, the Challenger is at a 54% win rate. He was at a 59 for a few days or something like that in Challenger. So I wonder if we have any Cassante, if he'll be pick ban still, or if that's just more of a pro thing.
I think the changes they made to him were necessary, right? He was too much.
Yeah, he just is overtuned now. Is all. They need to tune his numbers back down now that they buffed him up. And then I think he'll be in a better spot. He's a little more. There's a little more of an ability to play around him instead of just getting dashed on, you know, twice, knocked up, you can't get out of it, and then R'd over somewhere. So
yeah, the pathing stun on his W from the knock up from the 3rd Q into the ult, you get displaced like so far, like an Ashe W's worth of distance. How many Teemos is that?
2.5. I don't know. I do think we'll probably see some. I'm thinking we might see some Jinx, because she's been pretty darn good.
It was a fun change with the ability to stack up the Get Excited.
Yeah,
I liked
and
that.
then they removed the one so the towers and things can't stack it because
It
she
was
was
too
going
much.
out of control. She was getting 5 stacks instantly and just ending games when you take a tower, get a kill, take a tower
Mhm.
inhibitor, and just mow down the rest of the towers. Yeah.
Bit too much, but you know what? We're all in it. We're all having fun. All right. It is not a calendar, Kodo Draco. It is over here. Yeah, right there. It's just a poster, but it was a gift. It is a Chuck Norris poster. It was a gift from someone when I first got home from my mission. They covered up Chuck Norris and put my name over it instead. So it's
Hey, you do
staying.
have similar beards.
That is true. It's mine aren't used for lock picks and stuff though.
Does yours have a fist behind your beard? There's
No,
not a
no,
chin
I
behind
do
his
not.
beard, just another fist.
It's a chin under my beard. Yes. Oh my gosh, you guys are so great in the chat. Thank you. You're my favorites.
Yeah,
Okay,
not
everyone.
knowing what everyone's playing though, it's hard to predict like what they play normally. It's hard to predict what people play in these tournaments when you
Mhm.
know they're not constantly playing and you're watching them. So we might be
Yeah,
in for some surprises.
I'm looking forward to it because I like surprises. I remember one of my favorite memories. I was casting a tournament one time, and it was Nunu pre rework with Tiamat.
Oh, I loved old Nunu. That stupid snowball he'd throw at you.
The snowball, and it was the blood boil.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what he did. Is he maxed blood
yeah.
boil
And they moved that to his
and just
passive pretty much because
what
now
was
you
that?
just speed. He still kind of has it. It's just more of on his passive now, and they
Yeah.
gave him that big snowball. So
Hmm. I had forgotten about that. Just walk up and throw a snowball at you.
yeah, point and click stuns,
Yeah.
and they used to be more prevalent,
Hmm.
but.
I'm glad those are going away though. Right? Point and click
Oh yeah.
hard CC is super rough.
Yeah, you need a little bit of it, but there was too much of it back in the day. I mean, Scion had a point and click. You'd walk up, stun someone, and they would die because you'd go AP.
Hmm.
Or if you're AD, you'd walk up, stun them, and then just auto them to death, and they would be dead before the stun was over. I do like some of the stuff they have changed in the recent ones to slow down the snowballing.
Hmm.
There's
I
actually
think
been
that's
a
great.
significant amount of snowballing slowing down. The games have extended by like a couple minutes or something like that. So
Hmm.
which is nice. And some of the other things where you get back to lane faster, the respawns are quicker. So if you do die early, you're not just totally out because you lose a wave right away. You can get back
Yeah.
to lane and not just get so behind on levels that you're done. Especially in top lane, you get behind on in levels in top lane, and it really
It's
hurts you.
pretty. Yeah, it's brutal. So everyone, once again, speaking of snowballing, we want to thank you for your patience while we get our back end administration all done. We're working with the teams, getting them all signed up and such. So please hold on. We're almost there. Games are coming. We're super excited, and we appreciate your patience. So, what about our runes nerfs? We had the first strike go down by 1% of bonus damage.
Yeah, 1%. Because I think that was one of the ones they hadn't nerfed in the previous patch when they did the
Mm-hmm.
anti-snowballing. And phase rush. No, they actually did nerf it. They just nerfed it again. So yeah, they went down to 7%. Never mind. Because there was some they didn't touch. There's a couple of them. I thought this is one of them, but so phase rush is one of the ones they didn't. So they did nerf phase rush as well,
Mm-hmm.
which I kind of like. I know people complain since the new runes came out that there was too much damage in the runes, and that was what 2018, 2019.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
And so that helps slow down that early game snowballing, and it's more level based now, which I like instead of stats based.
Mm-hmm.
That way if you're keeping up in levels, at least your runes are a little more relevant than if you get behind on items. They kind of they don't really perform as well. It's nice to at least know your runes are doing all right if you're doing somewhat okay in lane.
Yeah. Hmm. I like. So I admit that I complain a bit every once in a while about the balance and everything like that, but overall, I think that we've been getting some really good changes, right? Some quality changes, stuff that's addressing problems, and from what I see, other than champ releases, we don't get too many over buffs. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I mean, like we talked about Briar earlier, and that there was just no data on how much to buffer, so
Mm-hmm.
and play and all that. So I mean, you're always going to have some outliers and underliers here and there. I mean, that's just numbers. You can't perfectly do stuff unless you see it in action. But I like how quick they are to respond to a lot of these things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they nerfed Casante within like 2 days, and that brought his win rate down a couple percent. So that did help. Now they're nerfing him some more. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I used to hate when they would overbuff something and then they would instantly
leave
put
it
it in the
there.
gutter like next
Yeah.
patch. You know, it was like it's like come on. And I like one thing I do like about Freak being in charge now is he's putting out videos explaining everything. So
Mm-hmm.
whether you agree with it or not, at least you know what their thought was. Where before
Exactly.
they were never talking about it.
And I was watching that video and I was very interested in the Caitlyn change, right? The lethality Caitlyn is one of my favorite builds. I think it's super dumb. It deals so much
Oh,
damage.
yes.
But
Yes.
now they changed it so that it's still a viable build, but you can also build crit.
Well, it should
And
have weaknesses, right?
yeah,
It should be like, yeah, if you're going against a team of squishies, sure. But if you have tanky boys, lethality Kate shouldn't be chunking them for half their life, you know?
yeah. Especially so if you get the Serpent's Fang in that build too, this was this was probably a few months ago, I want to say. Honestly, I don't remember when that was. It was a long time ago, but I watched a 90% health Tristana literally get one shot from the headshot
I
ult.
believe you showed me that video.
I did show you that video.
Yes. She stepped on a trap and got headshot.
Yeah.
Died. 100%.
Yeah, it was pretty messed up.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good. That was a fed Caitlyn.
Mm-hmm. What else? What else do we have on our patch notes? The Seraphine change. Let's talk about that.
Seraphine changes? Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I
So
know
what
people
Freak
got
was saying was she was too strong as either a support or a mage, so they couldn't buff so that the other one would stay in tune. So they shifted some of the power. So I think
well, they were
it
gonna
was
push her into support, and it pissed a lot of people off because there's
Mhm.
people that don't want to that like to play her like mid as well, and
that
so
was how she was designed.
yeah, so I think they try to keep it around where she can do both a little bit, and they just
Mhm.
adjusted her power like you're saying.
Well, and people even play her just, I guess not technically as mid, but as
Mm-hmm.
a carry in the bottom lane. You know, you pair her up with Senna and such. I think that actually would be a silly lane. Oh
Yeah,
my
he didn't want
gosh.
to make her like just Sona 2.0, make her squishy
Hmm.
as hell, so she couldn't go mid.
Right.
So yeah, I agree. I used to play her mid when she first came out a bit, but then I stopped. So I'd like seeing her be able to go into 2 roles or multiple roles
Hmm.
instead of just forcing her to be a support.
Well, everyone, I just got confirmation that all of our back end administration has been completed. Brackets being set up, which means we should be into champ select within a few minutes. I almost quoted a number, but we don't do that here. We don't
No,
make promises we don't keep.
you never make numbers.
What are the rules? Never make a
Uh,
promise, and never do math
under
on stream.
oh, I think it's like under promise and over deliver.
Yeah, that's the rule. Yeah. Under promise, over deliver. So, everyone, this is going to be a mediocre show. I hope that you're ready. And Proden, are we ready to over deliver on that mediocre?
Yes, sir. It's been a while since we've casted, so I'm definitely ready to over deliver on that.
Heck yeah. I love it. So then, while we are getting into those champ select, once again in the chat, throw your support at our teams. We have a very large amount of viewers. Holy cow! Last time I looked, we were only at 9. We're at 22 right now. This is amazing.
Wow.
You guys are my favorite.
Thank you, everybody.
Mediocre. Psh. Ah, Shinku Johnny. Thank you. Thank you, Shinku Johnny.
Yeah, my friend Mr. Shinkir Johnny was very excited to watch. He has it on his big screen TV in the front room, and him and his
Ah,
fiance are watching.
yeah, buddy. That's amazing.
I know.
So
He's a
then
good man.
we want to see some Briar. I don't want to see some Cassante. I wholly admit that. What about the slight adjustment to Aurelion Sol? Do you think that will change people's willingness to play him?
I just think it makes him less. Well, you couldn't really blind him anyway because then you just get countered by like an all-in type champ. I think it makes his late game not scale as much if I'm right on it. So I think he's still pickable, but he's definitely matchup based. I would say you can't just pick him into any team against any team comp because he needs to scale and he needs to get to that point where you just all of a sudden he's nuking everybody and killing them, and that takes a bit, especially if you don't get to farm or lane very well because if you go against a Fizz, you don't get to play the game. So you definitely would want to do it matchup based. I don't suspect we'll see Aurelion Sol, but I could be wrong.
Awesome. I like the change though, right? It was meant to give him chance to scale with the ability power rather than with levels and such. And you do have a good point, right? You can't just blind pick that guy. He's a big scaling pick. He's not something that you want to just throw out there.
Yeah, he has some pretty hard matchups. I was saying like Fizz is one of them. He has a really tough time into Fizz. He just can't because Soul isn't really super bursty, right? Like he can
Mm-hmm.
burst you out if he's ahead, he hits you with the full combo and all that. But he wants to stage you down with that Q and chases you down or flies away and just kills you.
Right.
Of course, anyone who's ahead is capable of burst, but when you get into these late game team fights, he just pumps out a ton of sustained damage with the breath of light and just starts melting everybody. And his ultimate that has a huge knockup area hits the whole map. I mean, he starts doing some crazy damage with that.
Mm-hmm. It is quite a lot. Alrighty. So brackets getting set up. We've got some expectations for draft. We're getting into draft any moment now. Let's see. We have three teams. We have Cannon Fodder, we have Team Unknown, and Eman Mate. What do you think, Proden, without any context into who these players are, just based on name? What do we got?
Who's their names again? Say that one more time.
Team Unknown, Cannon Fodder, and Eman Mate. How do you not vote for that?
I don't know. Cannon fodder. Oh wait, I recognize some people playing though. Samuel Gray, Shazbot, Code Draco. Yeah, I recognize a few names in there.
So just one more dig on Eman Mate, just because Tyler's one of my favorites. Oh, sorry. One of their players is my favorite. And
No bias.
yeah, no bias at all. When it took him so long to make that name and he finally got it, then um we were doing some tests and he came up with a name right on the spot. And I was like, dude, how does it take you 3 weeks to come up with a name for your actual team? And then this one is instant.
I know.
Thought it was
I
funny.
even gave him like 5 good ones.
Yeah.
Even they were all partially my name or something, but
That's the best. All right. It looks like our first game, we are going to see Eman Mate. They are on blue side. That's exciting. And in the chat, Shinku Johnny says Cannon Fodder is going to take it.
Cannon
Some
fodder. He
confidence.
likes
I like
cannon
it.
fodder. So I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you think the pick side is going to matter in these matches like it kind of has at Worlds?
I don't know. Every time
Haven't
I say it does, it doesn't.
Yeah, I haven't. I've only seen one game from Worlds last night, so don't say anything if you watched it or heard anything. Anybody, please. I would like to watch the rest of it because it was good.
Absolutely. But one of the things in these more casual tournaments, I think there is definitely a benefit to being on blue, right? You get to pick instead of counter pick. And there's a lot to be said about comfort when it's, your first time playing as a team, it's a new tournament, it's, mixed elos and things like that. There's a lot about it. And there have been studies and everything about what each side of the map does just psychologically and overall to players. The bluer colors are a little bit calmer. The objective on the Drake, or the objective you lead into easier from blue side, is actually not up as often. You don't fight as much. You're in a defensive position on the Drake, and so it's a more metered, more calm, more comfortable role. Whereas from red, you're attacking into the dragon pit, and the slight tint on the red side, it causes a little bit more aggression, a little bit more just like aggression, right? You move forward more than making a plan. There's not as much caution when it comes to the play style. It was a really fascinating article I read.
Yeah, it's interesting how the map can change like how you play based on how things are. I know there's a bunch of changes on the map actually coming in for preseason, so I'm wondering how that'll change the game as well from how it is. Like Baron Pit's supposed to be open now, all sides. I don't know what they're doing on the bot side, but I kind of find those things interesting because those map changes are what really changes how the game is played a lot, right? And how it is now, yeah, if you already have that bot side in your head, you can get into that area a lot easier. You don't have a wall to go across. You have openings depending on where you're at. So sometimes it can play a beneficial role based on what side of the map you're on and what objective you're going for.
Exactly. What do you think about the rifts then, right? The elemental rifts.
I like them.
It does the same thing, right? It opens up certain places or blocks them off. Would you change any of the rifts?
Would I change any of them?
Yeah. Because, I'll say that the first 4 that came out, 3 of them were pretty drastic changes. And then, Cloud Soul that rift is a little bit weird, right? You get a couple of speed boosts here and there, but other than that, it's not that different. And then with Hextech and Chemtech, it doesn't actually change the rift.
The original Hextech, that was terrible with the with the jungle just being fog of war all the time.
Oh, that was Chemtech though.
Oh, Chemtech, yeah,
it was Chemtech.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that.
Nah,
I didn't like having constant fog of war no matter what, even if you warded it. I like what they did with it now. I think it's better. They could do a little more, they could change it up a little bit more, but, spice it up. I do really like the Hextech gates, the Hextech dragon. I think that's really, really neat how that changes how the map works, where you can zoom in and out. Things like that are fun, and I think the game needs changes like that to keep it interesting for certain people. Oh,
speaking of interesting, we are going live into Champion Select, everybody. Once again, Thank you so much for your patience. We are into game number 1, or rather into Champ Select for game number 1. And don't worry, even during our 3-minute spectator delay, we will have plenty to discuss because we'll have had a whole game.
The Thresh ban.
So I like that. I like that Thresh is out. He's a very powerful champion. I think he's very popular as well, and it's a good thing to get out of the way.
I don't really like that I can't see where the players are on the other side.
Yeah, that's a spectator thing. I noticed that.
I wish they'd change something up. Okay, so I'm wondering if we're getting Aurelia ban, we're getting Hook ban. So are we just we're looking for maybe some champs that don't do well in the bot lane into these champs, or maybe they just don't like playing against them?
It might be a quick op.gg search, because if if I'm reading the name right here,
Oh, Briar.
yeah, Briar got banned, but I think that might be Samuel Gray on the red team there, and he is a very strong player in the support role. I think they might just be banning him out.
Yeah, that is a possibility. It might be what he's playing right now. The Aurelia one seems like a point. A point. Yeah, we're getting nothing but support spanned. That is target banning if I've ever seen.
Well, and it's more than just support, right? It's the hooks.
Yeah.
It's all of the hooks. I was thinking about this. What if you built a team of 5 hook champions? So you have these 3, and then who are the others?
Team of 5 hookers. Is that what you're telling me?
Don't phrase it that way. You know that's not what I meant. But I'm trying to think who the other 2 were. I had 5, and I thought it would be really funny to run that. Help me out in the chat, everybody. What other champions have hooks or grabs similar to these 3? Pike, yes, that was one of them. Absolutely.
We do get a Nara in the top, so that's probably why the Aurelia ban came in.
But he doesn't do very well into mortar. Oh, Jax actually has a good time against Gnar when he's in mini form as well, though. So that works out.
That's interesting. We got top lane picks, the first picks. How often does that happen?
I want to say it has something to do with champion ownership.
Yeah, possibly just in order. And we're gonna do jungle. I'm surprised they're not doing more like, pick their power picks first, but maybe these are. They just want to get comfort, is what they're picking right now.
It could be a couple things. They could have done like a what is that thing called? Pro draft on the side, and are just picking in order, or it might be a champion ownership problem. It also, I think, priority for the comfort, that point you made. I think that's a really big one. Okay, the Seraphine is locked in there. Probably not going to stay in the jungle, let's be honest here.
I think it's gonna be support Seraphine with Misfortune, because that's not a bad setup for her ult. You hit the E, hit the root, hit the ult, charm him in, over top that, lay over top Misfortune's ult, right over top of it with bullet time, and
Yeah,
that's correct, right? It is bullet time, right?
It is bullet time.
Okay, I'm just making
Or
sure.
it will be when she casts it, right?
Yes.
'Cause right now it's draft time.
You know what? You haven't done a dad joke yet, so I haven't had to roll my eyes, so I'm waiting for it.
It'll come. It'll come.
Hey, is this
All
gonna
right.
be Tristana in the bot lane though, or are we gonna see this mid?
I don't know. I don't know. It could go either way. She's been a very strong mid laner. I like picking Flex that early in the draft, right? It's a way to fake out your opponent, because you don't know, right? We just plain don't know. And I wonder, especially picking it after the Misfortune is there. So Tristana's ability to escape with that rocket jump is really good in the bottom lane, so it might be down there, but it also might be better to avoid it because she just is so strong. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, Tristana could also be. I can't. No, there's another. They are just banning supports. That's it.
It's the hooks, man. I'm telling you, they don't want that engaged.
Yeah, Tristana pushes the lane really well, so that could be good into Seraphine and Misfortune, which have a lot of push, because Seraphine just, if she's hitting the wave, she's helping push. And I mean, I guess it could be a Misfortune support. I know someone said that in Kevlar said that in the Twitch chat. Possibility, but man, I hope not. I'd rather see Seraphine support than MF support.
5 supports. I love it. Oh my gosh.
Well,
it's
engage
so
and engage support.
So what I want to see here is I want to see the support pick, because then it will leave the Tristana flex for the last.
Oh, is it going to be Ziggs mid or bot though? See, you could switch either one of these.
Gosh,
we don't know
yes.
where these are
Okay.
going to go. And
Okay, we got some strategy here coming out of Cannon Fodder. That is Cannon Fodder on the red side, by the way, everybody. We have E-Man Mate versus Cannon Fodder for game number 1. Some very flexible drafting there from them with the 2 Yordles. But now, what will E-Man Mate come up with instead?
I remember I remember. Nefari mid. All right, I'm excited. I wasn't sure if anyone was playing Nefari. I like this champ. I'm playing it a lot on my as well. Not only do I
When-
play action, I play Nefari. I am a heathen.
So you're one of those guys.
Yes, I am a heathen.
You're a meta guy, and that's okay, right?
I don't.
Okay, Kodo Draco. Okay, I see you. Oh, Gwen in the jungle.
Yeah, Gwen
All
jungle.
right.
They did buffer. Was it not last patch before to be jungler? Okay. Nefari
I think
mid.
so.
I think.
Here's the thing. I don't know if they're in LCS order.
I think we're getting. Yeah, I don't know what order they're in, but I don't know who's gonna go bot still because I don't know if they're gonna be switching or if this is Tristana mid into Nefari.
So I have been told that they are in LCS order. I just don't see any switching happening for Iman Mate. You know what? We need to shorten that name.
Iman.
Yeah, Iman.
Yeah, because I don't see Gwen and they're surfing jungling. I hope they
Nah.
switch.
Well, they're out of time to do so.
They must not be in order. There's no way, right? Okay, so Tristana into Nefari. I've played that. It can be
What do
tough.
you think about it?
I think if I remember right, Nefari does win the matchup, but you have to be like super aggressive against Tristana to win it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to try and chunk her down all in her, or she's just gonna throw bombs on you and blow you up.
Yeah, it's similar to how the top lane will go, because that's my lane. You're going to have a lot of insight onto mid, which is what you play, but top is where I live. And Mini Gnar has the lowest stats in the game. I remember hearing that on LCS, and so I was looking into it, and indeed. So if you can jump onto and wreck the Mini Gnar, he has a very, very hard time in the lane. But if you don't have the tools to get in and bop him when he's little, then he becomes a menace. And so, you got to jump in, push him off of CS, make sure he doesn't get those items, doesn't get to stack that rage bar. So I imagine it would be very similar to what you're describing in the mid lane, where Nefiri needs to jump on Tristana, push her away from the wave so she can't shove.
Yeah, because she's putting that bomb on you and just constantly pushing you back with it, and you're not really returning enough damage. You can't ever get onto her do the damage you need to stop her from just pushing that wave into your face. I mean, she's gonna push naturally, but you've got to really play like an assassin, get in there and hit her and make her fear you. Because if you get ahead, you can just blow her up instantly. But if she gets ahead of you, she kind of blows you up too.
Yeah, and especially with the Buster Shot able to throw, push you away as you engage, then you suddenly have no way to get back on while she hits you with that cannon. It has a name, right? Just like Jinx's guns, it has a name.
I think it does. I just can't remember it.
I don't remember either. But now let's talk about the bottom lane, because they have the shove with the Ziggs and some protection. I think the Braum was actually a pretty good pick to stop a lot of the projectiles that are going to be going out from both of these champions, right? You talked about the Seraphine root, her ultimate also, and the bullet time. All of those things can be stopped with Braum's Unbreakable. And I think that's a really good strategy.
Yeah, I like the Ziggs pick into the bot lane. It's going to be able to push back, which is what you're going to need against both of them. That lane will definitely push if you don't have something that can push back. You don't really want to be sitting under a tower. With Ziggs, you don't want to sit in a tower against that, because then they're just going to poke you out. You want to be able to push back. Try to push to their tower and get plates. And Ziggs is probably the best turret taking champion in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think late game, you can pretty much walk up auto and kill the turret with your satchel charge.
Yeah. So here's what I would do. I would do empowered auto, throw the W with a Lich Bane, auto, and pop it.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And I got confirmation Boomer is Tristana's cannon's name.
Boomer. Yeah, because I remember she says it. I just couldn't remember what she said.
So we are Tristana's cannons. Huh?
No.
No, not Boomer.
I refuse to be a boomer.
All right, so we have there we go. We got him.
Thank you, Animal. Thank you.
Got him in the chat.
Thank you. She is still with me and no dad jokes.
I love it. So then, based on our team composition there and the aggressive pinching in the draft, what do we think about the outcome of this game? Are you going E-Man or cannon fodder?
Well, I think it's just based on how they're going to play anything. I think blue side E-Man is probably if they can snowball really hard with that team comp, but I think you know red side probably wins later on.
All right, we're gonna get some invade here.
If
they
they
do
don't,
see it.
I think they outscale.
You think blue team outscales?
I do. So I think you really want to snowball.
I agree because I picked up Gwen not too long ago. She somehow eluded me. And very, very strong champion. It takes those 2 items, but once you get them, they're bananas. And Kodo, I do see you there in the chat. We will get the champions reordered on blue team. It'll just take a moment.
Mr. Gray's actually playing
right.
Ziggs. Interesting. I think he's playing support.
Oh, look at that.
It's like a standard start, no invades. Nothing too crazy going on at the start here.
No, they did get a ward down on the
Raptors?
Man, I can't
Chickens?
remember their actual names. Raptors. I've been calling them chickens for years. The Raptors.
You still call them chickens.
They got the ward there. Yeah, I mean everybody does. So the chicken camp is warded. They'll know. Yep, we can see on the minimap there. They did ping him out down there on the bottom side, and so they do have a little bit of knowledge. Nothing exciting happening in the first little bits, like you said. No invade. You know, there isn't a. And even then, these junglers aren't going to be the let's go level 2 gank anybody, right? That's just not how that works. Woo! Got some weird damages there. Toxic Synergy going in onto Shazbot, but you have to be careful that Hyper procs really, really hard.
Yeah, they got the level 2 on the bottom first, so they did try to push that advantage, and they did chunk their health bars down, which is definitely what you want to do in this matchup. You don't want to let Ziggs...
Brute. Damage going down onto Samuel Gray. He flashes out and makes it, so close.
That's big for the bot lane. They're going to shove that in most likely. And, Ziggs does have teleport, so he's not going to lose a ton. He's going to get back in time, and he'll catch that wave, but it is suck to lose your...
W missed. That was weird. It was throwing the bomb.
There we go.
First blood.
And that's what you want to do. You have to get on early on her, and you have to push her away, or she just runs up and hits you with bombs and blows you up. You've got to be aggressive early again in this matchup, and that's exactly what you want to do. But as I was saying though, in the bot lane, Ziggs TP'd back, didn't really lose anything but his flash, so we'll have to play a little more careful now. They're going to want to make sure they constantly push that wave.
Aurea Hatchel picks up first blood with the aggressive play on Nefiri. A wonderful, wonderful play. Following Proden's advice, probably listening in the pregame.
I don't... Thanks. I don't think they're listening to me, though.
I listen to you, Proden.
Oh, well. Everyone's got their flaws.
But we might be setting up for a gank here on the bottom side. We can see Senpai says no down here hovering. We know there's no flash on Samuel Gray. Yep, here we go. Coming in through here. Top Ramen Chef and Undead Strider. Oh, Crusher made a mistake. He's already got that down. Flash forward into the root. In comes Senpai. Getting the damage. Nice satchel charge. Samuel Gray is out for now. Throwing down the Hallowed Mist. And they escape. Well played from Cannon Fodder to avoid the gank.
Yeah, they didn't push up too far and gave themselves enough room to get to escape without having the flash. But now there's no flashes or any summoners in the bot lane. So if they push out again, I would assume they're going to look to gank that lane again. They really don't want Ziggs to get ahead. Want to keep this bot lane in the dirt here.
You'll have to excuse the client there throwing down 9,999 damage when the satchel charges. Ooh. Never mind, make it rain says
Oh.
that's a kill for MF. Invade here. Senpai says no, shows up with Shazbot. Jurg does manage to dodge one spell, but does not make it out alive. Senpai says no.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. That invade was probably not great right there. You don't have any way your other lanes can come help you, and so top lane's pushed in. Jax can't come help. Mid is pretty, in the middle, but Tristana will shove that super fast.
So I think the idea was pretty good. The problem was he went forward into the lane and tried to get a hit onto Nefiri. If he had just gone straight for the Gromp, I think that would have worked. Oria Hatchel jumps in. Nice rocket jump out from Annika. We'll call it Annika. Anika.
Mid lane's going to be a little rough right now. As long as Nefari keeps hitting the Qs and then all inning, probably we'll be able to just keep bullying this lane.
There's another jump in.
Use the Buster shot, knocks him back right there.
And that's what I was thinking was going to happen. Once you hit 6, that engage it really goes down in viability.
Yeah, but now Tristana's going to really she probably needs to call the jungler over to help her push in that lane, because she's in a terrible spot right now, and she doesn't have the disengage anymore. I mean, she can jump away, but if that jumps down, you got to play really, really safe, or Nefari's just going to jump in and kill you.
So now that we're a few minutes in, we can talk about how our laning has been going. Toxic Synergy has quite a lead here with 14 CS up. Does get stunned by the wallop. He has the flash forward into the counter strike, and Toxic Synergy takes down Shazbot.
That was really well played by Toxic Synergy. He knew what he could do there. He wasn't afraid. The Nar's all in and ended up just punishing him for it. And gets the flash and the kill.
It's good stuff if you're the Jax player for sure. And so I think that the Jurg should be paying a little bit of attention up there on that side, right? Getting that push up there with your winning lane. I think especially with the Rift Herald on that side of the map, you can get some great pressure and push it through. Oh,
yeah, I'd probably...
jungle. No fear because of the Hallowed Mist. In jumps Oria Hatchel. The Jurg goes down. It was a nice attempt, but like you said, Annika cannot roam.
Yeah, Jax is winning the top side. I'd probably keep pushing that right now because you're losing in every other lane. So if you can get Jax just so strong that he has to get multiple people, you might be able to win through his split push while the rest of the team can catch up. But it's looking pretty doomed right now for mid, bot, and jungle. Well, bot's okay. They're pretty even, but jungle and mid are looking pretty doomed right now.
Yeah. Anika has been working on those buffers, doing a really good job disengaging when Oria Hatchel jumps in there with the Nefiri. I'm liking that adaptation, right? We saw what happened the first time. It worked really, really well, but now the adaptation has happened. Speaking of adaptations, we got a nice reset here coming out from Samuel Gray. Teleport is back up. It is not unleashed for the next 6 minutes, but he's able to get back there, farm up some keep the minion wave where it needs to be, and yeah, doing a great job despite losing out that first blood on the bottom side. But thank you very much, admin, for showing us this. Look at the gold graph here. Looking 2,500 gold difference.
I probably, with the strength of mid right now, I'd probably look to take a dragon or a herald at some point in time. Mm-hmm. Jungle, and Gwen and Nefari are really strong. You probably shove your lane in, and get one of those objectives fairly easy because they can't really fight you unless they bring more numbers than what you have with just how strong those two are right now. So I would probably look. Oh, we might be having a gank down the bot lane here.
Huge gank. Crusher is slow. He's going to jump away with the stand behind me. Samuel Gray throwing the satchel charge, and they make it out real easy. Wow.
Yeah, I think they went in a little early on that. And plus they have some wards showing it off, so they probably needed to make sure the wards were clear first before. Mm-hmm. But you can see the map awareness at least is good in the bot lane. They don't want to get ganked again and get chunked out and die or lose more. Because right now they're keeping up in the bot lane. CS is pretty even. Ziggs is just going to keep on scaling to where, you know, that poke he has is really going to be hurting.
I think that Cannon Fodder now can set up a gank. We have Nocturne in the bottom side of the map. He's watching there at the Dragon Pit, but what team will be able to collapse there? He's going in.
He's getting
Nocturne has
collapsed on.
done the ultimate, and oh, he steals the Drake. The fight comes in goes the Glacial Fissure. Bullet time comes down. Crusher able to block a little bit. Samuel Gray has to jump away with the satchel charge. He makes it flash over the wall from top Ramen Chef, and he picks up a kill. Triple for top Ramen Chef. Huge play coming from E-Man.
I mean, beautiful, beautiful dragon still, but they probably shouldn't have committed the whole team for that. That really, the dragon was not worth losing 3 people. That bot lane is super snowballed now, and I'm not sure how they're going to be able to stop them from pushing in and just taking turrets and chucking them out over and over.
Part of that will be the solo kill again up on the top side. Toxic Synergy getting the best of VG Shazbot in the 1v1 while the rest of the map was all focused on that Drake.
I think best thing they can do now is get the Herald and just crack one of these towers. You know, get some more gold in on your lanes and just snowball like mid or bottom some more. Which they're doing now. They're actually going for that. They have lanes pushed. I don't think they're going to try to even stop this. It should be a free Herald.
Yeah, with Nocturne on the bottom side and the push you have with the bot lane, there's no way that you can get up there to fight that.
No, Tristana can't even really step up to the wave anymore. She's just going to get all in every single time. And at half health, she's pretty close to lethal right now if he jumps in and gets a full combo. Mm-hmm. So the best to do is just shove that lane as quick as possible and just scoot back. Unless, you know, Nocturne wants to try, but that's really tough right now to fight.
Yeah, without the paranoia, I don't think you run that gank. That's one of the big things with Nocturne is you want to be able to use that ultimate.
It looks like they're trying to set something up in the top here, bait in the Jax, maybe get some gold back over. If Gnar can
might work.
Yeah, if he can go Mega Gnar here when he jumps in, I think they may be able to do it.
Flash out from Toxic Synergy. He knows better once he sees the Gwen come out of the brush. And nice avoidance there. Burning the flash, so it's a good gank up on the top side. Doesn't lead to much, but it's at least something. It's a pressure alleviation.
Yeah, it'll make Jax play a little less aggro now that he doesn't have the flash, but that lane's pretty hard to play right now. You just have to sit back and farm.
Speaking of, oh, the combos are there. Crusher gets the knockup. Samuel Gray is the target, and that's another 2 kills over to E-Man. Beautiful roam for Oriahacho. We got a lane swap coming out here. The Tristana says no more. Tired of the dog. I'm a cat person. I'm going up, or a Yordle person, something like that.
Whatever Yordles are.
Whatever Yordles are. In goes Toxic Synergy. He does not land the counter strike. Here comes the fight. In jumps the Jerk. Flash burned from Oriahacho. Senpai says no. Comes in to give some support.
Yeah, you've got to get those Nocturne ults though. Like Nocturne's so far behind right now. He really needs something to help him get going. And without, you know, if you're not getting in there and getting these ultimates and getting a kill or something, you just Oh no, he whiffs the ultimate.
You know what Tristana said to that? Nah, bro.
Oh no.
There you go. I got you.
No.
It's the name of the spell. Don't judge me.
This matchup, like Tristana going against. Oh, here we go.
We got our gank. Senpai says no is there. On to Samuel Gray. The Howl of Mist has followed for the last time. Do they get the auto attack? Doesn't matter. Senpai gets the kill. Crusher is in some trouble here. Does go down to top. Ramen Chef 4-0 and 4 on the Seraphine. Huge carry. And now they drop the Herald. This is first turret, absolutely.
This is about a 6k goal lead. They're ridiculously far behind right now.
Toxic Synergy wants to go in. Jurg is found in his jungle. The countering is working. He has the flash. Does he make it over? He goes over the wall. Flash forward, and Senpai still says no. Magnificent play coming out of E-Man here. They got the Herald push. It's gonna get a second hit. They pick up 3 kills. They invade in the jungle. This is going very well for them.
Yeah, and they just don't, like, even though Jax is ahead in that, he doesn't even have a full item yet. he's the strongest point on their team, but he himself is not strong enough to probably fight anybody right now. I don't think he wins a 1v1 against Gwen, Nefari. If you play it right, I don't even the bot lane. I don't think he wins unless he can just stick on there. But without him having an item, I just don't think he can win any of these fights yet. And I don't think he's snowballed enough to be able to do anything at this point in time. I don't think he's gonna draw 3 and 4 people to try and stop him like one of those super snowball Jaxes. This game's gonna be really rough. They're gonna have to get some picks somewhere. There's a lot of shutdown gold, and it's gonna be really tough to come back. This is gonna take some 5-head play.
I agree. And, the rest of Cannon Fodder is also behind. We can take a look at their items. Not one completed item here. Gnar down onto Anika. Rocket jumps away, dodges all the rest of the damage. Nice engage there from Shazbot, keeping the Tristana occupied while his team sets up for the Drake. If I'm Cannon Fodder, I don't fight this.
No. There's no way. There's no way you win this fight. You have to just give up this dragon and try to get something else across the other side of the map.
Nocturne ults in. He is all alone, though. In goes Toxic Synergy. He actually lands a huge stun onto 3. Crusher throws in the Glacial Fissure. Gets up the Unbreakable. Damage down. They pick up a kill. Do they have another one? Senpai says no. Throws down the Hallowed Mist. Is able to dodge everything out. Hatchel is going onto Samuel Gray. Instead, turns onto Crusher. That's a double kill for the Nefiri. And huge turnaround. They lose 1, but they pick up 3.
Yeah, but look how much they had to invest just to get the 1. I mean, and I don't think it's worth it. I mean, maybe it's good to get some gold on you, but I think it's better to try and just take an objective on the other side of the map while they're getting that dragon. Maybe get some of these towers, because unless you can just single somebody out without losing, and I mean, unless you're shutting down maybe that Gwen or Nefari or Seraphine to get that big gold back, I don't really know if it's worth to lose 2 people on your team and just kind of balloon the gold lead more. I think you got to focus on taking something on the other side of the map.
Well, with that fight, 3, nope, I stand corrected. Don't do math on stream, everybody. 4 items fully completed now on the side of Cannon Fodder. They're finally able to bring something to the next fight. And I think that will definitely change how the next fight does go, because those completed items are actually very, very strong, right? You get the extra healing and damage on the Divine Sunderer, the slow from Stride Breaker, the extra damage from Kraken Slayer, and the bonus damage when Crusher lands that ultimate or any stun. Do we have a fight up on the top side, though? Nope, we got a gank on the bottom. Crusher is taking some trouble. There's no crowd control, meaning that Samuel Gray makes it. Oh, he had a half of a second left. The DPS is too much. Oh my gosh, it was so close. Charm down onto Toxic Synergy. He makes it out. Bullet time hits almost nothing. And there was chaos around the map. There was a 1v1 on top, 2v2 on bottom, 2v2 in the middle. These guys came to play.
Yeah, the lead is just ballooning bigger and bigger. We're about 10k before 20 minutes.
In goes the Jurg. He gets the fear off. Nope, not quite. And the damage is there. He gets slowed down. Oh, Undead Strider picks him up with that last auto attack.
Well, now we are at 10k. I think you just go for Baron when 20 hits, because how are they going to stop you with a 10k lead? I think you get Baron as soon as 20 minutes hits. You get it set up. Take this Rift Herald. Use it with the Baron, right? Because it's so close together. Wait another minute. Use it with the Baron and just push your way into the base. With this big of a lead, there's not really any way they can stop you.
Anika gets super slowed. There are 3 members here. The Hallowed Mist is going to protect from the Buster Shot. Top Ramen Chef goes unstoppable. 5, 0, and 8 now on the Seraphine. Very well done. Senpai says no, runs into Toxic Synergy. He's going to get the counter strike, gets the stun, flashes forward, tries to get the damage down. Does he have it? He needs to get the leap strike back. He doesn't have the cooldown. Jumps onto Shazbot. He has the rage, hops over the wall. Synergy just fought off 3.
That would have been a huge pickup if he could have got that kill on Senpai. There would have been 1,000 gold over to Jax. I mean, I don't think it's going to turn the game around right there, but at least it would give him a little more power in those side lanes. He was so close to getting it. Another couple autos, empowered autos would have done it. but it was a good try. Jax is still Jax. He's still scary.
Hmm. This is good though. Taking the chance to feed on the enemy jungler or feed on the enemy jungle is a great plan. Let's see what they have set up here. They take the Gromp and the blue buff. They don't engage anything further, but now Crusher is caught. He's going to throw up Unbreakable, see how long he lasts. Glacial Fissure to try and jump away. He is ignited. Oriya Hatchel is unstoppable. Whiffed Seraphine ult. Jurg has to flash, and then they follow up. He goes into the Paranoia, still gets killed. Nefiri picks up a double. Do they chase onto Toxic Synergy? They don't. Instead, this is the perfect opportunity to follow up on that Baron and drop the Herald and do exactly what Proton was saying.
Yeah, Ziggs is looking like he's going to try to trade a tower, get some gold. I don't think he couldn't get into very... Nefari pushed him off. Yeah, I just don't know what you do at this point. You've got to get picks, but the way they're grouping and they're just not allowing picks to happen.
Objective bounty claimed. The first turret for cannon fodder does go down on the top side. Tristana picks that up, but now there's a 4-man dive. No rocket jump, no flash, and she is dead, my friend. Oh,
yeah, they're
Nika
just
goes down hard.
grouped up and just running over everyone right now. They're not allowing themselves to be picked at all. Like, nobody's alone. They're all together. So you've got to separate someone. You've got to find separation somewhere or get some of these objectives. But it's so hard against this team comp to do that. Everyone's so fed. I mean, most everyone who's carrying right now can probably 1v2.
And you called it, right? At the very beginning, the scaling is happening for sure for E-Man, and they got the snowball, meaning they got to their spikes much faster. They're able to take all of the objectives. They're able to take every fight. Crusher out of position here. In goes Nefiri. There's no turret there. And yeah, just muscle flexing there, saying, hey, this is our Drake, and there's nothing you can do about it. Paranoia was just used. Flashes have been used, and that's a free dragon.
Yeah, and then definitely just stack a big wave, take mid or go top, whichever lane, and just shove in with the Herald right now, and you'll probably crack the base, because I don't see how they can stop you.
Paranoia has been cast. There is no good opening, though. I think that's just a deterrent from starting any other kind of fight. But it doesn't matter. They're just going to jump forward. I don't think they even have minions with them until just now. They take the turret. No Herald. It was expended up on the top side. And so they're just going to do the regular push with the Baron buff. This might just be it. Crusher throws down the Glacial Fissure. They're able to fight. 2 more kills over to E-Man. Jurg is on the backside. Can he get Undead Strider? Nope. He gets caught, exhausted, and immediately shut down. This is going to be the end of the game. A beautiful, beautiful display coming out of E-Man. Wow. Got some split pushing on the side, trying to get something back, but it is not enough. The Baron buff prevails, and E-Man come out conquerors over cannon fodder.
That was a rough one. That one, it started out pretty close. I mean, like, they always start out pretty close, but you know, it was doing good. Like, bot lane got into some trouble early. They got out of it. They were keeping up in farm and XP, and then the game just all of a sudden broke open, and it was all downhill.
Yeah, that gank on the bottom side where the double kill went over to the Seraphine, I think was the pivotal moment. What I would have really liked to see would be that attention from the Jurg up on top to get the Jax ahead. I think that was their ticket. You know, get that push, kill the Gnar a few more times, grab the Herald, crush the turret, get an item onto the Jax earlier, and then they might have been able to have something go.
Yeah, just have your bot lane farm safely. Try to stay back. Just farm. Watch out for ganks. And then just get Jax ahead, super far ahead, so he has to have 2 or 3 people answer him. And then just slowly start taking turrets with Tristana and Ziggs. I think if they played a little bit slower in the mid and a bot side, they probably could have done what they wanted to do, but they just had some bad fights where a lot of kills went over, and it just really snowballed them early, and they couldn't do what they wanted to do. They couldn't get at the turrets with the wave cleared that they ended up having off those kills.
And credit to E-Man. They did exactly what they needed to do. Very well drafted, very well played. That is the first victory of our Progenitor League Circuit tournament today. We are going to take a quick break, get our next matchup set up, champ select all there, grab a little drink of water. I recommend you do the same thing, and we will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is going to be game number 2 for the Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. I am still Benju Hodger Sorensen, and joining me is Proden the Broden.
And I'm
What do you think
still
of
just a half circle on your screen.
most of a circle. All
Yeah.
right, everybody. We are setting up for game number 2. If I remember right, it is Team Unknown versus Iman Mate. And we're gonna see. So first, we're gonna see our champions from the first round going up against Team Unknown. They're not very known. Huh?
No,
Broden?
you're killing
Anything?
me. No, no, killing me.
I love it. All right, so we have champion select ready to go. When they click the button, it will show up on our screen. We're so excited. Proden, what do we? So based on what we saw Eman Mate do, what do we expect to see here? Are we going to see 5 more support bans, or was that specifically against Mr. Samuel Gray?
Sam didn't play support though, so I think they got tricked. Because
I
if
can
I remember
agree
right, he
with
was a
that.
support player, right? Unless he's changed, but maybe
Well,
not.
so it's actually interesting. I happened to be on a call when this was determined. Cannon Fodder was looking for a bot laner, and Samuel Gray hadn't known about the tournament. He was like, "Oh, I'll play, okay." And they're like, "Hey, we need an ADC." He's like, "Fine," and so he just joined up the team.
We can see we have Seraphine blocked on this one. They don't want to see that again.
Yeah, Team Unknown was watching the last game. They learned real quick. They don't
Azir,
want to
Ashe.
promise on that.
But these have to be. The Zero, I would say, is definitely got to be a target ban to their mid laner because I don't think a lot of people in Solo play him as much as say the pro, where every pro plays Azir. So assuming target ban, probably a Darius target ban, or Shaz, or maybe Shazbot plays Darius, or maybe they just have a pick they want to play in up there, and Darius is a counter. So it's always hard to just to figure out what the bans are for in these tournaments until we've seen people playing a lot in these tournaments a couple times. Like if we had a long series that was going for a month or something, we'd be able to know exactly why they're banning. So right now we just get to guess.
Foreshadowing, Proden brought up what our goal is. So all of you here watching, all of you playing, remember that Progenitor is here for the long run. We want to get a full-on series, just like what the LCS does, multiple weeks in a row, keeping track of the players and everything. So please show your support. Find us on X or Twitter or whatever it's called. Find our Discord, join up. Let's get some more games and everything in so we can get a full series up and running.
Shazbot's taking his Gnar again.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a tried and true. It's a great pick. If you know how to navigate with the mini Gnar form, you stay out of trouble. You do quite a lot of damage. It's a great pick. I remember years ago, Dyrus said it was the most blindable top pick ever. But we have to remember that Dyrus retired in 2015, so that's almost an 8-year-old quote.
Pantheon, all right. I'm wondering where that's going though, because that could go in the top lane, and I don't think Ninidar does too well into the Pantheon. You can kite him out on that, but Pantheon's a really good all-in early game. He's really strong. He can definitely chunk you down with that full combo at level 3, get you half, poke you constantly with the Qs, get you low. But we'll have to see how that goes. Amumu picked. Did not see that coming.
I think that the flexibility of the draft here from Unknown is crazy. Because not only can Pantheon go in the top, he's been played support. He's a great jungler. He can be mid so that he can use that Grand Starfall really effectively. You've got a quadruple threat there with the Pantheon. Amumu also been played in jungle and in the support role. Very, very fun to speculate on that. Not a whole lot of speculation on the Xayah though.
Good pick into this dive that they want to do, because I'm assuming they're going all dive on this comp. Xayah's really good into dives. Hit your R, dodge everything.
Ooh, I was gonna say that I would like to see the Illaoi against the dive team, because she does so well when people jump into her. That is also probably why the Darius got banned. It's because she does really well. Oh no.
Please no Teemo.
Don't you do it.
Please no Teemo.
Don't you do it.
I don't want to
get out of here with that.
Please no Teemo.
They know. Broden, they know.
Okay. Oh, that's an exciting pick, though. Draven, I'll take.
Absolutely.
Draven is a high mechanical champ, so I want to see how they can play him because my Draven can't seem to hold onto his axes.
And I think you're saying it wrong, isn't it? Draven?
Draven.
Yeah.
There we go.
We see a Cobalt Wraith in the chat says someone has good taste picking the Lux. I can agree with that. It's a lot of fun to play a Lux. I like it.
She's annoying.
Also, yes.
So annoying. I tend to ban her when I'm in bot lane, although I do normally just ban Evelyn for everything because I can't stand Evelyn. So, all right, Nefari is not coming into this game.
No, same thing. I think Oria Hatchel did such a good job on it that Unknown was like, nah, bro. Which it's one of the benefits of playing second, right? You get to see some of the cards in the hand of the other teams.
Yeah, and then you can ban some of their strong picks, comfort picks, make them maybe get on to second, third picks. They're a little uncomfortable.
Lame.
We got Rakan. Okay, so I don't know what does Rakan pair up with Draven? I would think more he wants like a. I guess that would still be good though, because you can knock him up, you get a bunch of spinning axes, knock him to the side, and just chase him down. So. Except I'm thinking on the other team. Yeah, Rakan would not be going against Draven. So I'm assuming they're thinking the Lux is going to be mid by banning the Rakan, because
no, I don't think so.
Sense to ban it if they're going to pick Lux as support.
Oh wait a minute, no, you.
Yeah, I was backwards on what was going on there for a second, but yeah, I guess they're thinking Lux is probably going mid, or they just don't want to take a chance with Lux going mid and then Rakan coming to the bottom. Sorry, little rust on the old caster brain there. Can't get the sides correct.
That's okay. Mordekaiser is locked in, probably going to be in the top lane, so that means that the Pantheon is flexing around a little bit, using that great flexibility, the ability to just kind of move around your champion to wherever you need him on the map. Gwen locked in here for Senpai Says No again. I think he played that quite well. I see no reason not to pick it again, but now they need to round out the composition. This should be a mid laner that they lock in. No.
It is Lux mid.
All right.
So they did call that they'd be playing Lux mid, so okay. Not as confusing of a ban now that you see what they pick as support. Most of the time you see Lux as supports now. So they're definitely looking to stop the all-in that this team wants to do. Janna's a great pick against teams that are trying to all-in you. She can knock everyone away. She can knock them up. She's got shields. Oh, are we going to see?
Are we going to get him? I think we get him. We got the dragon.
Isn't a terrible matchup for Asol.
No, Lux isn't. She's bursty enough that if you dodge the first spell, then you can fight her pretty effectively. And earlier in the day, we talked about how Aurelion Sol deals a lot of overtime damage, right? That DPS. So he'll be able to fight the burst with the damage over time if he can dodge out that binding.
Yeah, I think this team comp actually looks really good on the right. I like the all-in. If someone's strong, Mordekaiser can just pull them out of the fight. Interesting team comps. You've got Pick, you've got Peel on left side. Nar can engage. Lux can get a pick and grab someone, and then you can go in. You can peel back with them. Blue side. I can't remember the team names because I can't see them on our screen.
That's okay. It's Eman Mate on blue and Team Unknown on red.
Team Unknown. So Team Unknown is definitely all-inning every time they can. So if you're caught out alone or you misstep once, you're probably going to get blown up. If you can get together with Nar, get your team, he engages, he can push everyone back. I mean, they can get some good picks with them, but they definitely want to be fighting. They definitely want to be trying to stop that all-in and then re-engage, I would say, with their team comp against that. So we'll see how it goes, though. It's going to be rough. I think this game could be super snowball either side. And then if one side gets significantly ahead, I think it's going to be really hard for for the other team to fight, just based on how their team comps are and how they play them. But we'll see. All comes
So
down to player skill.
I have two thoughts here. Both of them are centering around the death realm from Mordekaiser. Number one, based on how we watched Senpai Says No play last game, he might be the target of a few ultimates. As long as Mordekaiser is inside the Hallowed Mist, he can cast that on the Gwen, correct?
Yes, yeah, but he'll have to be inside. If he tries to catch, you can't target her with
Mhm.
anything or hit with anything when she's inside of it. She's pretty much just doesn't exist inside her mist unless you're in there.
Gwen is immune.
Yeah, but that was the
Second
boring way to
thought.
say it.
Yeah. It's how the tooltip says it. And every time something like goes in, it says Gwen is immune. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't played Gwen yet, don't, because I don't ever want to see it in my games unless I'm playing it. But the next question. Playing against the Mordekaiser and being in the ultimate is 100 times scarier than seeing it on stream or it being on your team. Would you agree with that?
Your screen gets all spooky.
Yeah.
Yeah, this on stream it doesn't really, or on Observer it doesn't really look all that. It's just like, okay, ulted, whatever. But when you're inside of it, it's all spooky. There's different colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you feel a little claustrophobic.
Yeah, I think two of the most aesthetically pleasing there are three ultimates that are the greatest aesthetics to this game. Number one is Mordekaiser's Death Realm. Number two is the oh crap, I can't remember what it's called, but
I like
Urgot's
Urgot,
ultimate.
and the chains go
Yeah.
all around you.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Terrifying. And then the
Karen's is kind of cool. Your whole screen goes like in your
yeah,
face when you ult shit.
but it holds nothing to the other two Aurelian souls when it's Stardust powered. The skies descend. Okay, Animal, Anna in the chat. Darkness.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
the
interesting
paranoia. Okay.
to see how the bot lane's gonna go, because Pantheon's gonna want to jump in on Xayah, but he's gonna get knocked up and knocked away every time. So I'm wondering if he can do if Janet can time the tornadoes correctly and they can position right. It's gonna be really hard for him to get in. So he might just be turned into a poke bot and just try to hit him with the Qs, just chunk him down that way, then all in him. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the bot lane does play out with Janna down there with the shielding, with the peeling, and see, because Draven wants to bully that lane with Pantheon, and if they're not able to bully the lane, I'm just wondering how that's going to go for them. Are they going to be able to get a lead, or are they going to fall behind?
Well, we are going to find out. We are into game number 2. Eman Mate versus Team Unknown. Wonderful to see everybody on the Rift here. And I think you're exactly right on that bottom lane point. If you can't bully with Pantheon Draven, I don't think you're doing it right. Just it's so oppressive to play against something like that.
And I'm assuming this mid lane is just going to be a shove fest. Lux is just going to turbo shove the lane constantly, try to poke when he can. But I'm assuming he's just going to want to shove him constantly, keep him under the tower.
It's the only way to
Aurelion
do
still
it.
can't really deal with Lux's shove early in the game. Later on you can, but early Lux should have the pushing advantage, so it should give you some ability for her to roam and help the jungler early.
Interesting. Okay, he didn't do it. All right, I was gonna say that Kiroro doesn't want to walk into the river. They pushed him out, and so I think they believe he started on the blue buff instead of there on the Raptors. I remembered. So keeping track of that. Top Ramen Chef has to be careful. Callista, oh my gosh, I forgot that he does that. Callista's name is almost never on the champion Callista, and it freaks my brain out. I don't know what to do with it. All right, they spotted him in the brush. They're going to see the play coming off. This zoning, I remember once I was casting and I said there wasn't a lot to talk about on the first wave, but this is something to talk about on the first wave. We are at 0 CS for the Xayah right now.
Yeah, that was a really good level 1 play there to get that level 2 and just keep them off all the CS. Really well played.
beautifully done. Losing it to the turret there, only at the 3. That's how you destroy a laner's confidence there. You just let them have it, level 1. Get level 2 extra fast. Keep them away from experience. Oh no, but this was a lot of trouble there for Kalista. Damage down, exhaust onto Calavir. First blood somehow on the top side. Already, this game is delivering like crazy. No axe catch there, but just probably too much aggression there from Big Bad Burr, and the Hyper takes him down.
Yeah, nice kill for Shazbot. He got bullied in the first game. Looks like he's trying to show that that's not going to happen this game by taking the Mordekaiser down early and getting that lead.
It's the warm-up game, right? That's what happened.
Yeah.
But also, just like Shazbot not, taking it laying down after the first game, Ramen Chef comes right back up, only 3 CS down. It's not going to stay that way for too long because of the way the lane is pushing, but he was able to come back up. Sharing there from Kalista to get the extra gold onto them, and just delivering already. 3.5 minutes in, we're seeing some really, really great stuff. I'm very pleased. No fight up here. Big Bad Bird doesn't want to go back in on that.
I'd like to see him push Shazbot's lead now that he has it. That wave's coming in top. Maybe set up a gank before Mordekaiser gets that level 6. Try to get Nara's second kill, so Mordekaiser can't really ever fight him at that point. Because once level 6 comes, it's really hard to gank Mordekaiser, especially if he has a lead, because he just singles one of you out and kills you. Most likely the jungler, because they're behind on levels. So I think it would be nice to get a bigger lead in the top lane. Good binding.
Very good, but one of the other things we need to pay attention to is just how much mana these mid laners have. Oop, Shazbot is ready to transform into the Mega Gnar. He gets the wall up, standing in the passive. Big Bad Bird does not win these trades here.
Yeah, bot lane is having a rough go of it right now. They're down 21 CS. That it will, get a little bit closer, but still going to be down even after the wave is cleared. That level 1 they played to get that level 2 really fast and just shove the wave in. That was really great to get Draven the small lead that they have now, which could snowball into a bigger lead just depending on how the lane is played, which you definitely want to be ahead on Draven in this matchup.
Yeah. Like we were saying, right? You bully with Draven. Just the raw damage he gets from having those spinning axes, level 1, it's absurd. It's so strong.
Wow, this bot lane is just getting worse. Look, they weren't able to push the lane fast enough and get a recall, so now it's still... Draven really didn't lose all that much in CS going back because they couldn't get the wave to crash. Unless they're trying to do a freeze here or just a slow push, but there's just so much CS that Draven has sitting here waiting for him, and it's just going to be rough. It's not going to get any better.
Definitely not. And the Sheen there, Calavir is going the build with the Trinity Force. Aggressive, right? You get that extra movement speed, the cooldown reduction, the ability haste, and the extra damage for all of your other epic items. It's so much. He's going to be extremely oppressive, and they're doing a great job on the bottom side of dealing with it. Death here in the mid lane, doing quite well on the Aurelion Soul. He's farming well, keeping his resources up against the Lux. He's going to go back and teleport in. He won't miss anything due to the timing. Looking really strong.
It looks like they're tried to set up for a gank here, but there's definitely nothing they can do right now. They're playing really safe. There is that pink ward in there, so they know that there is no ward, but they're playing really safe in the bot lane. They don't want to get this bot lane snowballed any more than it is. Dying right there would have just absolutely made the bot lane over with. So really smart idea to just go back. You don't know where Mumu's at. You can't see him. Just get back, reset, try to get an item so you're not so far behind the lane. You can do little damage.
Huge lead on the bot side. Everywhere else is looking relatively even. We do have a CS lead for Senpai Says No in the jungle, but immediately answered there. Kiroro is able to use that bot lane to get the Drake. Ooh, but here we go. This is where Mordekaiser starts to win into the Death Realm. He has the single target damage. Bam! Goes the mace. Big Bad Bird takes down Shazbot.
Yeah, good kill on Big Bad Bird. Wait, get him right next to that tower so he can't really back away too far from you. You're within range. He tries to fight you. He gets under the tower.
Speaking of fights, there we go. Ignite is down. Top Ramen Shaft is able to get a double root. Kiroro is here. They might dive the turret. That's a lot used. Flash is already burned from Undead Strider. Ghost from Top Ramen Chef. They have the Drake. Callista will have the shield, the unbreakable shield. And a lot of damage coming out of Calavir here. Kiroro coming in from behind. They don't have the wave on the backside. Flash burned. Kiroro also flashes to stay away from any further damage. But this is further oppression coming out of Team Unknown on the bottom side.
I thought mid would just shove the lane out and keep Aurelion Sol stuck under his tower, but he's playing a little bit differently. I guess so. It's interesting. The way I've always experienced this lane is the Lux just shoves you under tower, so it makes it really hard for you to farm. But he's doing really good at keeping that from not getting stuck underneath there.
Callista is baiting. They're setting up for the dive. They see him though. They've got that ward right over the side of the wall. Death is here. Is it indeed death? The wave is coming in. The dive is imminent. No level 6. In goes the skies. Top Ramen Chef jumps up with the feather call. And he is down. Beautiful. Team Unknown execute that flawlessly.
Yeah, that was a really good dive. The Aurelion Sol goes back, makes sure the wave doesn't crash right up, lets the bot lane push it in. They get the dive, they get the double kill. And the kills went directly where you want on that team. Draven cashes in, Aurelion Sol cashes in. But they did trade in the middle, so it didn't hurt them as much as it would have. They got 3 plates mid. They put the Herald onto the tower, got some gold on the jungler and the mid. So that kept the game pretty close. It's only a 300 gold lead now. So good job trading. And a lot of teams don't get those trades when something's going on the side of the map.
That is very true. And I saw that the Herald got taken. I didn't notice that they had already used it there on the mid lane. That is huge to try and get some gold back there onto the Lux. And Observer, could we get some gold not graph, just a gold view real quick, please? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Lux
only
is
200 the difference.
Yeah, Lux in the lead. Bot lane's hurting though. They're really far behind.
Yeah, that's rough.
Um,
But it's what we expect. Here comes Callista. Kiroro is there as well. They're going to get the first stun. That's the root. Curse of the Sad Mummy is huge, but that's exactly why you picked the Janna. Big kill there for Calavir. Top Ramen Chef is ignited, but there is no minion wave. So Team Unknown call off the dive.
Mumu gets out with 2 health.
In goes Death. Oria Hachel in some trouble. Execute. Flash in time, and Death does not secure the kill. He is now in some trouble. The Senpai says no is here. Flash is available for Death. Will he use it over this big old wall? Get the slow flash over. Ultimate to get the stun. Beautiful disengage from Death. Will he? Oh, is it enough though?
Oh, he
Senpai says
misses.
no, has this needlework. Beautiful. Wow, that was fun to watch. Death does make it out, but Senpai, he's putting forth that he is a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely. I like this graph. Take a look at this graph. This is beautiful. It's exactly what we were looking at there, right? They get all the gold from the turret plates mid, and then all the kills happen on the bottom side, and bam, just a huge cliff.
I do like the focus on the bot lane. I think that's definitely where you wanted your snowball to be happening this game. And Draven's got 2 kills now. He's up 30 or a little less than 30 CS. He said no math on stream.
Yeah, right.
I think your
Only
snowball is exactly where you want it to be right now in this game. Mordekaiser, he got back in this game. He got a solo kill, so he's doing all right. You don't necessarily have to go up there to help him anymore. Mid's got a kill, just a little bit behind on CS. But you definitely want Draven to get ahead so he can just keep bullying, and then he can switch to different lanes and put that gold lead out there and just keep pushing this game forward.
We do see a little bit of what you were talking about there. Oh, but Flash ultimate. Callista helps set up the kill for Top Ramen Chef. Yeah, that's the oppression we were talking about. Big Bad Bird might be in some trouble here. He flashes early. Gonna use the invincible. Very good way to dodge that out.
I think it was a good idea to flash early there. If he didn't
Mhm.
flash early, he might have taken just a ton of damage and not been able to stay in lane. So I think that was a good idea. Get the flash out. It sucks you have to use your flash, but you still have enough health to stay in lane and farm and not have to just leave.
I like that, he's able. He also knew that he wasn't in too much trouble, right? He knew there wasn't any way to follow. There's no crowd control on either of those champions. Shazbot had already used or didn't have the Mega Gnar form. He was exhausted at them. They need to use a different term there. I think it's tired, because exhaust is a summoner spell. But Calavir decides to go in 1v2. It's a lot of damage, but is it enough? He's trying to get the kill onto the Janna, has to run away. The feathers go out. Callista jumps in, but it is too late. He picked up the kill onto Undead Strider, but now Top Ramen Chef has all of the damage. Callista doesn't have his shield. There it is. But from behind, Oria Hatchel does pick it up. Huge ultimate there from Death. They take down Top Ramen Chef, and kills are going everywhere, Broden. 11 kills in 13 and a half minutes. And on top side, what the heck happened there?
Really good play. Like, I really like how they are taking things on the other side of the map this game. Like, yeah, the bot lane, they get some kills, all right, but then your bot lane gets wiped out, and since everyone is invested in the bot lane, there's 4 bot pretty much, right? Because 2 died, and then you have a Moo down there, you have Brilliant Soul. You go top where no one's at, and you put your strengths up there, and you take power. And look, the game is still super close.
So
Based off of doing this.
What it comes down to now is what team has the better late game, right? Not just in terms of champions, but in terms of tempo at the moment. In the later game, who's going to be a more effective team fighter? The Draven or the Gnar? The Amumu or the Kaisa? What am I saying? Xayah.
Well,
right?
a Draven's going to have a hard time fighting later on in these matches if he isn't have enough damage to really threaten anybody.
X-Flesh into stun. Huge damage onto Oria Hatchel. Death goes in. Ignite is down. Doesn't get the kill.
Really well played. That shield just giving him the extra to take the extra damage so not to get killed by running into that turret. Was able to slow, get out. Rand Soul doesn't quite have enough damage just to kill you right now. Once he gets farmed up though, he gets the execute. His Dragon Breath just does bigger and bigger ticks of % health damage. So he's something like that, and just as a CC will probably get you killed later on in the game. But really good job staying alive, saved the flash.
I want to correct myself. That is Essence Reaver on the Draven, not Trinity Force. But with the Serrated Dirk, will that be the Collector, or will he go into the Duskblade, do you think?
Most likely Collector.
Okay.
It's usually what you want on Draven second is as a Collector from what I've seen. Kiroro takes the Herald. I don't know where he's going to use that, but it's going to be the second one.
Big Bad Bird's in some trouble here. Shazbot is in the Mega Gnar form, but he does have Invincible left up. He makes it out alive. I think you take that on the bottom side and just oh, look at this. He's gonna cover for Big Bad Burr. Do we see a 2v2?
Yeah, I agree. I think you take the Herald and you snowball Draven even more. I think you definitely want to get him first turret gold to get as much money as you can on him.
Flash forward, Callista is unable to secure the stun because of Top Ramen Chef using the Feather Storm. Beautiful play from them. First turret goes the way of VG Shazbot on E-Man. Well played. And just like you were saying, always answering somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, never mind. They took the first turret in the top lane, so you just get the booby prize with the Herald you have left. You hope you can take a tower with it, maybe get a second strike, but usually after the plates are down, the Herald isn't quite as good.
Mm-hmm. So Calavir and Callista still doing some work here. That is a 1-6 bot lane against the 4-2. It's just not looking good for them on the bottom side. They're keeping them down really, really well. The dragon is scaling quite nicely. Observer, could we please get a look at the stacks on Death's Aurelian Soul? Oh, did he just miss? He missed the jump over the wall there. That was unfortunate. Here we go,
151.
151. All right, so it's every 75 gives him the upgraded ultimate. So he just barely got. He's gonna need to get. No, wait. You need to start with 100, and then it's every 75 after that. So he's 24 away from getting another really big ultimate. That's just a couple minion waves. So with the Drake spawning right now, they're gonna want to give him those minions, or just give him to Calavir because Draven Strong is very, very strong. Hiroro. Oh, what they're doing, they're forcing the trade. They don't need to fight for this Drake. It's not soul or anything like that, so they're going to summon up the Herald, get the crash, and then just play around Calavir's strength in the mid lane while they take a turret. Senpai says no, wants to come up here. Can they start the fight? Calavir's in the front line. Down goes the ultimate from Aurelion Sol. In comes the Grand Starfall. All blocked off, and Oria Hatchel gets the kill onto Kalista. Calavir in some trouble right now. No, Calavir gets the kill onto Senpai says no. Top Ramen Chef coming in from behind. Double kill for the Lux in the mid lane. Top Ramen Chef chasing Death and Kiroro. He gets the jump onto the Scuttle Crab, root onto Death, and huge kills. Big Bad Bird goes into the Death Realm with Top Ramen Chef. Will he be able to pick up the kill? It doesn't look like it because it's lasting for so long. Featherstorm gets him out. And will they pick up yet another kill on Dead Strider? Is there to help him out the root, and it was brutal. Team Unknown.
I don't know if you noticed what Shazbot did to turn that fight around. He instantly ulted Pantheon into the wall, which stopped his engage and actually just instantly turned that fight around because they were able to kill him as soon as he landed. It was a beautiful play by Shazbot. You're having the Mega Gnar up right at the right time and just slamming him into the wall and not letting him do anything.
Got some damage down from Kalista. Top Ramen Chef is in some trouble, ignited, but he is all alone. Kalista flashes away from the wall up. Dragon does go the way of E-Man, but Kalista is out. He dies. But on the backside, Calavir shows up and just kills two people for no reason.
Wow. Draven just cashing in again. This game is all about him, and he's making sure it stays that way.
I love this graph. Now, it looks more drastic than it actually is. What we need to see is our top and bottom numbers, right? That's 1.8K and 1.6K. So there has never been more than 1,800 difference in this game. It is so close.
Yeah, this game is extremely close. Like it's just swinging back and forth within, under that 2K difference every time we've had these big swings. And Draven has a huge lead, most gold in the game. He is a dangerous man. I mean, this is where you want to be as a Draven player, right? You want to be snowballed. You want to be ahead, so because you need these axes to actually do damage. Because Draven does a ridiculous amount of damage when he's hitting you with those axes, and if you can't just dive him and burst him out instantly, he's going to kill you with the large amount of damage he puts out.
Especially once he finishes that Infinity Edge. He has two pieces already. He's got the Armor Pen, which will increase it's lethality. He's got the lethality, so his axes will do more. He's going to be casting spells, so the Essence Reaver is going to increase that. Just brutal come late game. I'm very impressed with how Calavir has been running this lane with his team.
Yeah, the gold difference is maybe under 200 or just barely over 200 gold right now. This game is a banger so far. Like back and forth. This is what you want when you're casting a game. You want a fun game that's back and forth.
Absolutely. Kalista in a 1v1 against Senpai says no. Kiroro coming from the side. Kalista does get some immunity for a little bit. Does not have flash. Gets a stun. Senpai says no. Picks up the kill. We had the collapse on its way, but it just wasn't fast enough.
Nar's doing a good job up here bullying, he's keeping even. He's not letting that early kill get him down. Because sometimes you kill someone and then you get killed. It tilts you a little bit, so you start to play a little not correct. And he's been playing really well. He's kept the lane in control. He's keeping his farm up. He hasn't died again.
Death Realm cast up top. Red turret destroyed in the middle. A lot of damage coming there from the giant mace. Shazbot is able to dodge it out. Death Realm is down. Shazbot is going to get double stun. Throwing in the damage. Big Bad Bird wants to chase. No, Kalista wants to chase. They don't have vision. Shazbot is real quick there with the Trinity Force already completed.
Looks like we're not going to be getting any early Dragon Souls. They managed to get one earlier, so the stacking was stopped. They don't necessarily have to go... Oh, we got another fight. They knocked over the red
follow. Kalista is in some trouble. Throws down the shield. does not have his flash, so he stands there and lets what's going to happen happen. Big Bird now, after that trade, easy double kill for
Baron,
Senpai.
right?
It would have to be.
You just go back to Baron now, right? And then with the top laner and the support down, definitely you start this Baron. I mean, if a Mumu comes in, you can all in him. Don't 50-50 it, because that's the worst thing you can do. But make sure that he doesn't have a chance to take that from you.
Teleport coming in from Death. He has the Skies Descend. They recognize that, and they back off.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, E-Man read the situation correctly.
You don't want a 50-50 something like that. If you can take it fast enough before they can respond, then definitely. But they did get the teleport out of it, so if he's split pushing on the bottom lane, they might be able to start again. But everything still brings a lot of team fight power, so you want to be really careful with how you play against him, especially if he has his big ult up.
And 3 completed items for the Draven. That is huge for Team Unknown. You know, they've made a couple mistakes here and there in the last couple minutes, especially, you know, Big Bad Bird getting caught out there after Callista got caught. But, you know, that Draven is going to really, really punch someone or, you know, throw an axe at them, but it's going to hurt.
Yeah, the thing is, if you all in everything onto Draven, eventually Aurelian's Soul, like, you blow everything on Draven, Aurelian's Soul is just going to melt you. So these later game fights, you're going to have to play it really smart, right? You need to be able to kill one of these carries, but still have something left over to get the other one in these later on in the games. So I think they definitely have a team that can do it, but it's just going to get harder as the game goes.
In goes the ultimate. Top Ramen Chef does dodge it out with his own ultimate. A nice use there, but you know, I think benefit to Top Ramen Chef. His ultimate doesn't scale with Stardust, so it was cheaper, I would say.
Yeah, I think you need to save that. That was the bigger ultimate. That was the upgraded one. I think you need to let Amumu engage and put his ult down first, and then layer yours over top. I think that's really the way you want to play with them too, and then you're guaranteed a kill.
They have a lot of damage here. The Baron is getting low. Will they get it? Red team does secure. Team Unknown pick up the Baron. Now it's time for the fight. Senpai Says No is in the backside, keeping Callista out. Big, huge damage coming down. Big Bad Bird is onto Undead Strider, unable to pick up the kill. Double instead for Senpai Says No. Huge fight. E-Man take them down 4-0. There is only one Baron buff left.
Yeah, that is a negative Baron play right there. That is not one where you're coming out ahead. They actually go down in gold off that play from losing everything. That's not what you want to do to start out your Baron, because you're probably not going to get anything out of this. You're going to lose the dragon, you're going to lose a tower, and you're just not in a position to take advantage of it. So, I mean, they got the Baron. They probably should have disengaged right afterward, tried not to fight. Just get away with as many people on with it they can, but they chose to fight. But the debuff from the Baron making them weaker, and all the damage, the game being close, they just can't survive the engage.
Wonderful play. I think if you kill the Baron even 1 second earlier, that fight goes completely the other way. Just like you were saying, you know, the debuff would go off and they would be able to catch that fight. But now we're up at 3.2 thousand. That is the lead here for E-Man. They're looking really, really good. Their bot lane, Top Ramen Chef and Undead Strider, put so far behind, have been able to come back in here. Look at those assist numbers.
14 assists for the Jen.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's really high kill participation. That's really good for support. Like, you want to see those numbers out of your support.
Senpai Says No, finds Callista, doesn't get the last bit of damage there. Oh, they're inside the mist. Calavir almost picks up the kill. He throws out the Whirling Death, does not pick up the kill. Big Bad Bird fighting Shazbot. He is going to jump away, throws down the wallop. They have the damage here. Shazbot will go down. Calavir cashes in. Huge engage there onto Top Ramen Chef. He is killed. Undead Strider might be the next target. Senpai Says No. That name just ends all my commentary.
I think Senpai made a big mistake there, engaging there, not knowing the rest of the team was, and kind of just gave some gold back over and allows them to actually use that Baron now to push in and take towers. Like, you were in a good position to group up and not allow them to really use the Baron, but That Lux damage. 3
Yeah,
item
that
Lux.
was a lot. I was not expecting that. Kalista jumps in to get the stun. Senpai says no is here with Oria Hatchel. Already, the needlework is back up. Calavir walks into the Hallowed Mist, but gets blown up by Oria Hatchel. Death wants to jump in. He throws down the Q. He's channeling. Triple kill for Senpai says no. Oh, that was really ill-advised for the dragon to jump
like
in there.
that, they throw it back right to them. Like, you think you can throw it, we can throw too.
No flash on Big Bad Bird. He's going to try and get the knockback. You got to keep walking toward the blast cone. That's an ace for E-Man. They are really running this map right now.
I think they cracked the base with this, definitely. I think they'll get the mid tower and probably take the inhibitor. I don't think they finish yet because the timers are a little too close, but maybe they only do get the tower right now because we do have some respawns and everyone's decided to go back. But they're getting a massive push off of this. They're taking towers. They cracked the base. Zaya got some solo gold on the bottom and XP. You know, I mean, she is still really far behind, but you know, she's doing good things. She's getting things across the map like you need to do. Like, this game is just so back and forth. The teams are making really big mistakes right after one gets an advantage. They just kind of push a little too far and don't be a little more conservative what they can take and get back and just play a little slower in the moment. What
I want to draw attention to right now is the fact that, like we said, it is really, really close, right? We're less than 3,000. Yeah, less than 3,000 gold is the difference. Turrets are equal. Drakes are equal. But look at those kill numbers. What that does is it tells you just how far the turret plates and the CS advantage in the bottom lane has been. The extra Draven gold from cashing in on the League of Draven. That's what's going on here.
I think we're going to have another... Unless they're going to force the fight early, I think this dragon, we're going to have a big fight. Because this is going to set them up for soul point. And this soul is probably the best soul in the game at this moment. There's some 1,400 gold just sitting on Gwen and Lux, so they really want to collect those to try and get this game back a little closer. Looks like they're all recalling. They're going to come back and try to get this dragon because you definitely want to get this soul point. You do not want to let the other team get this soul point, so you need to try pick somebody off. Use your comp for what it is. All in, drop the ASO ult on top of the Amumu ult and try to get a kill real quick on one of these carries.
They better set it up quick. You need to get Aurelion Sol to have the Skies Descend, to be the stronger version. You have your other ultimates. Calavir is at 4 items. All right, let's realize what that means. He is going to really hurt. They need to keep him alive, or they need to keep the E-Man team from being able to do anything once he starts throwing axes. That's what we're looking at for Team Unknown. But on the side of E-Man, patience, right? Don't go all in until you can kill the Draven.
Yeah, they don't have any setup for this. They don't have any wards. They might have to let this go. Are they just going to try to TP in flank? They don't really have flank TPs for this. They have no vision. I don't think they can fight for this.
They do have a blue trinket they can toss down for a little bit of vision. They have the collapse here. Mordekaiser does have teleport. He's coming in on that control ward. Dragon has been started up. Kiroro goes in. He does it. Oh, they popped the ultimate from the Zaya. Ultimates are coming down. Top Ramen Chef only has a little bit of health. Red team steals the dragon. Can they get the fight here? Shazbot is low. Calavir is fought. Killed by Senpai Says No. Kiroro is the next target. Quadra kill for Senpai Says No. And wowie wow. 5,000 gold now. 26 to 12. The Baron is on the table. And E-Man have taken complete control of this game.
This Gwen is a monster. Those aren't scissors she's using. She's using like giant blades from Final Fantasy. Like two swords from Cloud in Final Fantasy VII. These aren't little scissors. These are big, giant slicing blades. And she is cutting through the entire enemy team. And they just melt the Baron like it was made of butter.
With those big old knives cutting the butter.
The lead now is huge. Jahadre, exactly like, how are they going to come back from this? Do they have a chance with how this team comp is?
I think they might. What they really need is they need to be able to coordinate their ultimates. Death hasn't had a big Skies Descend to be in the team fight. I'm sorry, I just read Twitch chat. They don't have the ultimate coordination with those ultimates. That's what they're missing. If he had landed the bigger ultimate in that fight, then Top Ramen Chef doesn't make it out. Undead Strider doesn't make it out. Oria Hatchel doesn't make it out. Shazbot also didn't make it out. Like, they were all so low at the end of that fight. If you had had that extra damage, that just half second of knockup, it would have made a huge difference. We don't even have the it's not epic. What is it called? Mythic. We don't have the mythic on Aurelion Sol yet.
Yeah,
so
he does. He has the mythic. He has the Rod of Ages.
That is a mythic now.
Yep.
Silly me. It didn't used to be.
Aurelion Sol does have the upgraded ultimate right now, so they really need to
Here we go.
save it.
Grand
right?
Starfall is coming in. This is the engage. Senpai says no, it's under turret, but Kallista's already dead. That was insane. No ultimates from anyone else yet.
They need to kill the Gwen. They need to get a Mumu's ult down on top of her and then drop the Aurelion Sol on top and get the kill. But I think this is a mistake with Big Bad Burr staying in the top lane. They're just going to push in and try to end the game. I think he should have recalled a little bit faster.
Aaron buff is helping definitely for E-Man. Aurelion Sol is able to execute those minions pretty quickly, so they don't have to worry there. And I'm with you, especially without the teleport on Big Bad Burr. I don't see any reason for him to be up on top side.
I mean, if you have the lane pushing, you can go back. You only need to get one lane, one minion advantage to get it pushing, so somebody has to recall it and clear that wave. But you've got to be there for your team. You can't fight them 4v5.
So
I don't even know if you can fight them with how snowballed they are right now anyway, and it just gets a free.
Oh, he turned around for the wrong reason. Big Bad Burr gets soloed out.
The Gwen damage is ridiculous. Like, he was paper mache to the needlework.
I think he wanted to try and get the Hex Gate, but once you pass it, you can't turn around.
Well, you can't go back in
way
from
too
that
much
side.
damage.
It's only an exit gate.
That is super unfortunate for Team Unknown. I think they still do have a chance, right? If they can get... Oh, wow. If they can get the right engage.
Ow.
There it is. Onto him. And the ultimate comes down. That is shut down gold. Top Ramen Chef has to go into the Feather Storm. Huge damage. Kallista gets the kill there. Top Ramen Chef can't kill Death. This might be the death of
That
E-Man.
was perfect. They actually got the combo down right there. That is exactly what they've been needing to do all game, and that's the first time they've successfully done it.
They had to wait for the Hallowed Mist to be uncastable.
Or you just
Roro
stand inside
jumps
of it.
in. Well, yeah, but then, then Calavir can't deal damage, Death can't deal damage. Like, to get the fight started, Kiroro can definitely do that, but once you get the Hallowed Mist down, you all in on that Gwen, and she cannot handle it. But she might just be able to now. The Zonia's Hourglass being the 6th item completed for Senpai Says No. That is now available. 6 items completed here for Calavir on the Draven Guardian Angel. He can play a lot more aggressively now. And
Layer the CC correct, she should be able to cast anything, right? Mumu, Q, into ult, into stun from Pantheon, like, she should be dead. You can just layer everything. This is the fight for soul. This is gonna be a big fight. This might decide the game.
There. Senpai Says No is on the front line. We have all 10 members here. Scuttle Crab for Vision goes over to E-Man.
Janna's ultimate's
Here we go.
Almost up. It's the only one that's down. We don't have a flash on Pantheon or top.
Lux is in the mid lane. She needs to join up. We don't have the evolved ultimate from the Aurelion Sol, but Kiroro has been great at securing these objectives. Execute is available from Aurelion Sol. It is stolen by the Lux Laser! Big Bad Bird goes down. Nice disengage there from the stand aside from Calavir. Senpai Says No jumps in. There is a stun there from Aurelion Sol. Senpai goes over the wall. Calavir trying to deal the damage. Kallista also. He is gonna get hit from behind. Top Ramen Chef digs him down. Teleport from Shazbot going into the base. Calavir has to flash away. The Hallowed Mist is keeping Senpai alive. into the Guardian Angel he goes. Teleport also followed here. Senpai says no, gets the kill on the Calavir. Kiroro is going to fight on Destrider, but that's not the important thing. In the base, only one turret remains. Super minions are in. Oria Hachel is there. Shazbot is there. Senpai says no is there. Turret is destroyed. The Nexus is destroyed. And E-Man Mate say check mate to Team Unknown.
Yep, that was the deciding fight. I figured that there wasn't gonna be anything after that. Whichever team wins was probably just gonna push all the way and win that game. I mean, maybe Nissel not for one team, but yeah, it was quite the game. Lux Laser stills the dragon again. You've seen that how many times when you're playing the game?
Too many. We know that Cobalt in the chat will be happy to see that. It was a wonderful play. And what a way for E-Man to come back. They were so pressured on the bottom side, but that Gwen was just absurdly strong, doing so much work, carrying that game super hard, even against just how strong the Draven and the Aurelian Soul were getting. I am very impressed.
Yeah, that was a really fun game to cast there. The back and forth, you can see that the teams are both thinking, how can we best do this? How can we do this? When you're actually seeing how they're playing and they're thinking and communicating, those are the fun ones. When they're trying to, you can see strategies being formed, and then they put something together, what they've been setting up. It's really awesome.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Well, that is it for game number 2. We do have an announcement here. Unfortunately, Team Cannon Fodder must drop from the tournament. So we will have our top cut finals of E-Man Mate versus Team Unknown. After this quick break, it will be a best of 3. Don't go too far. We've got at least 2 more games. Welcome back, everybody, to the Progenitor League circuit. We are in the finals now. If you missed our last announcement, unfortunately, Cannon Fodder was forced to withdraw. They had some other things going, and so we have Team Unknown versus E-Man Mate. And I apologize, my blinds don't close all the way, so I am zippered in the middle. I am Benju Hadre Sorensen. Joining me on the cast is Brock Proden Rubino, the Proden Broden.
Broden, is that?
Yeah, I think that's so
Okay.
much fun. So, Broden, we're into our finals. It's a best of 3 between E-Man Mate and Team Unknown. What do you think?
Well, if we can get 3 games played how the last one was, I'll be plenty happy.
Absolutely. Same here. For those of you who missed it, it was nail biter. First 18 minutes, E-Man started to pull ahead, and then there was this huge fight, and Unknown pulled ahead. Just everything. The whole game was immensely fun to watch, immensely fun to cast. So go back on the stream if you missed it and watch it for sure. But we should have another set of bangers for you coming here in Champ Select when it comes up. Proden, what adjustments are we going to see? We saw the Seraphine ban. We saw the Nefiri ban. Are we going to see Gwen taken
I don't
off the
think
table?
Gwen comes through again in this at all, unless they've got something to counter Gwen. But I don't see her coming into this game again.
No, she is very, very strong champion. What did Briar get banned in game number 2? I don't even remember.
I believe so. I don't remember though.
Because if I were a Gwen player, what I would not want to see is how well the hunger goes against the Hallowed Mist. Like if you're 1v1 and Briar has the W active, I don't think you win that.
I'm not sure. I mean, the Helled Mist would be good against her ult, though. She ults in, you
Mhm.
just Helled Mystic leaves. I'm not sure who wins that, because Briar is a really good champ as well. All that healing she does when she bleeds you and you heal off the bleed. I don't know exactly how that matchup goes. I've never seen it, because Gwen hasn't been a super popular jungler in a lot of the games I've played. I've only seen her like maybe once or twice, and she did really well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen with every game. So depending based on matchups, they didn't really have an answer for the Gwen. I felt that Hollowed Mist, and if she got it up before the CC came in, you just really couldn't do anything, and then she ran all over their team.
Yeah.
So I think you definitely ban her unless you have a good answer or a team comp that's a good answer to her, and stop her from just getting massively snowballed like she was.
Absolutely. Are there any other adjustments, or do we think that's pretty much the only problem that Team Unknown had last game?
I think you ban. I mean, I think you could, if you wanted to, you could throw a ban to Shazbot and put him on something else, because Nar seems to be the comfort pick.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see if you can get your top laner in a matchup that he can snowball. Maybe Shazbot has other champs he can play as well, but we've only seen him play the Gnar right now, and that's been first picked every game. So I guess it just depends. You want to pick a carry top, maybe ban out Gnar, put him on something he's not as comfortable on. You could do that. Bot lane seemed to be going pretty well that game. You could try to go with another, go something like that again, where you get your bot lane snowballed and hopefully you can carry through the rest of the game. But I definitely think you got to ban the Gwen. You got to put him on something else.
Absolutely. It's too strong. Senpai says no, and the no carries through. I think you have a good point though about the Gnar. You would do something like Camille or Irelia or Darius actually does really well into the mini Gnar. I think those are the type of champion. Even Garen would be a good pick into it, but why deal with it, right? You force him onto something else. Pardon me. And here we go. We're in the Champ Select. Game number 1 of our grand finals of the opening Progenitor League Circuit Tournament, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, we appreciate it. Now, let's see what they're going to do with these bans. I'm interested. Can we get the Azir ban again? Do they ban the Soul, or do they feel like that wasn't that big of a deal the last game. Definitely don't want to deal with the Seraphine. Those could be some pretty oppressive lanes with the Seraphine in the bot lane, depending on what you want to play. And maybe they're looking to bring out the Draven again.
I think the Draven did really, really well. Okay, Archduke Stinky, thank you for calling that out. We have Eman Mate on blue side and Team Unknown on red.
Oh, we have a interesting Gangplank ban. I don't think that he was banned last time. Yeah, there's the Gwen ban.
Are you surprised?
No. I'm surprised it wasn't probably the first thing I got rid of.
Nah, man, they're playing games. Playing games. Yeah, anytime, Stinky. I'm just gonna call you Stinky. Archduke Stinky is a little bit long.
You just call him Archduke instead of Stinky.
Nah, bro. All right. I did get a confirmation from production, just so that everyone knows. It was a coin toss for side selection, and Team Unknown chose red side. All right, that is really important. At the beginning of the day, Proden, you and I were talking about whether side selection was going to be as important here, right? The comfort of blue side versus the counter pickability of red. Mm-hmm. And is that what Team Unknown is going for?
Probably. They want to get a. Oh wait, are they gonna pick Ashe first? That'll be a different first pick. Yeah, I think they just want to get their first strong pick right away, and they're not too worried about the counters.
All right, we have the Ashe hover.
At least it's not Teemo
It's
hover.
really interesting. Yeah, dude, that really threw me for a loop.
Okay, so this is our first Ashe pick. They'll have, they'll be able, if you play the Ashe really well, you can get some really good engage from across the map. Ooh, Caitlyn pick, good pick into it. I think it's gonna be a crit K, or do you think we're gonna go with the pen K?
I think it depends on who plays it.
That's a heavy pushing lane right there.
I mean, just like the last one.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see what you might need some help with the wave clear for the Ashe on the bottom here, but maybe they won't go with that and they'll go with more of like an engage support.
So I apologize for insulting your family name, Duke. And Jurg, yes, we will burn the Teemo with fire.
Xerath, now is that going to be mid or support? So I think that would be good to help push the lane back out and poke them, because there's going to be so much range with Caitlyn and Karma.
Yeah,
Could be
I agree
a good
with
answer.
You. And that stun lasts for a pretty long time. The damage from Xerath, not just good for minion pushing, it deals a lot of damage. But here we go.
There we go, the Briar.
Oh, buddy.
Briar? Yeah.
Will Briar be as, less than, or more terrifying than the Gwen? That's the question.
I think she could be more terrifying because she just flies across the map and scares the crap out of you.
Especially when she lands it, I found you! It's terrifying. So scary. Jarvan, though, has become one of my favorite champions. I've always liked playing him, but just recently I've realized just how much the versatility of the EQ combo, the Cataclysm ultimate taking so much eligibility. What's the word? Choice making. Agency. Taking so much agency. Yeah. It takes a lot of agency away from whoever you get in it. Either they have to burn a flash, which is a much longer cooldown, or they are stuck in there and your team can do what they need to. So I love the Jarvan. I think it's great. Pretty sure the Lux went deathless last game, so I respect that ban.
I'm interested to see what they're going to take mid now to pair with the Jarvan. Are they going to bring like a Galio in? Are they going to bring something that can dive with him, or make a hot pot like Rumble from the top? Because it's always nice to have somebody who can just lay down a lot of damage or a lot of CC in that Cataclysm that he makes.
What about an Aurelion Soul?
You could do an Aurelion Sol again. I mean, I think you want to make sure probably Xerath is the bot laner, because it could be a little rough with the poking, but it was played really well last game, so I think you could probably play it into whatever and be all right as long as it's not like a hard counter.
Right. All right, the Aatrox. Okay, so that means our top lane is coming in the. I mean, obviously, the top lane is coming later on in the draft, but the Aatrox taken out means that we just might get the Gnar. So maybe that's what you do: is you have Team Unknown take the Gnar away from Shazbot and force him onto something else, like you were talking about.
Gnar Jarvan, maybe.
Orianna's a good one.
That's
the
a good
OG
one as well.
Combo. The original
Yeah, that's a
combo.
good combo right there. I like that. That's a good play. No,
and
here comes the Gnar.
Surprise! I really do like Gnar. He is probably my highest mastery champion that I have. I love playing Gnar. He's a lot of fun. He's got those silly little things that people don't know. Like, you don't level up your hop level 2. You do hyper, so you get the extra damage. I don't know about that Ivern though.
What do you think the pick could possibly be into the Gnar now? Like, since you know the matchups so well.
Like I said, something like Camille or Aurelia would be really good into him. Jax does well into Gnar. It's anything that you can just jump on and wreck him in the mini form.
Mid or support? Is that
support.
Mid or support? Ivern?
It's support. Ivern support for sure.
I don't know how would he do it to a Karma Caitlyn though? I just feel like you don't do much in the lane against them too, do you? Because he doesn't really have good poke. I mean, he has good shield, so I guess he could just be shielding all the damage they're gonna do. But I don't know. I guess we'll see what goes on here. This is an interesting pick, unless it's Briar. No, wait, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay,
It's Briar mid.
Okay, something happened.
Something happened.
Something broke.
But we can still talk about what we were seeing, right? We saw Big Bad Burr, or the top lane in Team Unknown, decided that they were okay with the matchup into the Gnar. It's the same concept. The problem is that when you build as many hit points as Mordekaiser does, it doesn't end up working out. It's one of the reasons why Renekton actually isn't good into the Gnar. It's much, much harder because he just stacks hit points, which means that if you get the hop away as Gnar, you're just going to wreck him. You slow him down with the boomerang and you get the movement speed with the hyper and the bonus damage while he's stacking hit points, and it becomes nearly unplayable. And so if Mordekaiser doesn't itemize correctly, then he's just stacking hit points and has to deal with that. So that's what's really weird.
Okay. From what I understand that I'm seeing here is that they wanted Camille, but they didn't realize when you're in a tournament, it doesn't give you all the champs for like someone else to pick for you.
Okay.
And so that's so yeah. So it looks like they're just going to repick and then start again. So
okay. Well, that actually makes me feel pretty good that the Camille is the pick. Awesome. It definitely works, especially with the shield she gets from the passive. It's just so strong. You jump in, you get the stun, which gives you the extra auto attack speed. You get the shield so he can't fight you back. You get the true damage on the second precision protocol. It's so much better of a matchup than the Mordekaiser. I'm excited for that. I think Camille is a wonderful champion. We should see her more often.
So when does Camille start to turn that matchup? Because I'm assuming, first couple levels, it's probably Gnar favored.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's around level 4 when you start getting the bonus damage on the second precision protocol. And it's even early. If you get level 2 would actually even work. Just as long as you're not engaging when he goes into the big Gnar form, you pretty much win every single exchange. But what you need to do is make sure and get that auto attack for the shield and disengage if you miss the stun. Because if you miss the stun, then you don't win the trade anymore because of the way the W works.
It just runs away and kites you out.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it looks really embarrassing So you have to land the stun. If you land the stun, you win basically every trade, especially if you're able to get your double Q. You go Divine Sunderer so that that gets even stronger. You're healing. It's super hard to play as the Gnar in the mini form.
It's okay, Jahadre. I've been embarrassed many a times in this game.
There we go. All right, we have the draft back up for everybody. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Just, one of those things about playing on your regular account in an unofficial tournament. So we were able to get that all in. Draft is complete. I like it. They didn't even bother going with the actual bans because it didn't matter. We had our picks. We're going into our spectator delay. I'm excited that two different ways to secure the Oriana ball delivery. I think the Camille Jarvan is a wonderful way to set up your mid laner for some severe damage.
I am still surprised at this Briar mid. I don't know what to think of this. I've seen Briars go top, but Briar mid is
so
very foreign to me.
One of the fascinating things is the discussion of the difference between the lanes. What makes someone a better mid laner versus top laner? And one of those is the fact that the top lane is much longer, and to play it, you have these in and outs and weavings with the brush. But mid lane, you're very exposed, and you're very you have to move around the map, and so maybe that's what it is. It's just it's faster, it's a shorter lane, and so the Briar is going to be effective in the mid lane, being able to just shove it into the Oriana and withstand it and be able to move around the map quickly.
Yeah, well, from looking at the stats of it, she actually has, it's a low sample rate, 2,800 matches. She has a 52% win rate mid.
Hey, that's
low
not
sample
bad.
size, but I'm actually surprised because her top lane percent is 47. She's not a great top laner because she has no health regen unless you're attacking someone, with the bleeds. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not how she's going to deal with poke, but maybe you just constantly jump in and hit Oriana. I don't know. It seems like it'd be a tough matchup. But I guess we'll see how it goes. I've never seen it. I don't really know how it plays out.
So I want to say it has a lot to do with the Ivern pick, right? You're going to leave Gnar on the island. You're going to leave Ashen Zareth on the island. And then you get your Briar Ivern, that mid jungle that is talked about in Pro so much. That's where it's going to be. And so if you can set up those brush and get the root calls and the shields, that might be able to help pressure. Maybe play it the same way you would against the Gnar or against someone like Vagar, where you just jump in super hard once they've burned all their spells and try and get the kill.
Possibly. It'll definitely interesting though. I don't know if we'll ever cast a game with a Briar mid, but again, I'm down.
But we got at least one.
I mean, they have some good engage on that team with Briar, Ash, Ivern, Gnar. They can really get engaged. And then the other team has some really good engage as well with Jarvan, Camille, Oriana putting the ball on. So I think it's going to be an interesting game.
So help me out, Broden. Quicksilver Sash is the ultimate cleanse all. It gets rid of ultimates and spells and all sorts of stuff. Does it remove Briar's ultimate? Is that an interaction that exists?
It probably removes the fear. But I don't think it's going to cleanse her flying to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, because it'll take away the Death Realm. It'll take away the Malzahar ult, the Skarner ult,
any suppressions,
yeah, any of them. The Warwick, even the Fear Beyond Death. That's what it's called. The Urgot ultimate. That's what it's called. Oh my gosh! Call back to the very beginning of the game or beginning of the day. I knew I would get it. It's in here. It's in here somewhere. The problem is it's escaping out of where I'm losing my hair. That all the information is leaving.
Your hair keeps your knowledge in. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's like a helmet. It's what keeps the heat in. It's what keeps knowledge in too.
Well, my hair is a lot longer than it used to be, and I don't think I have any more knowledge. I don't think it's helped me.
All right. All right, so we have some interesting matchups here. We got the Briar in the mid lane. We've got the new matchup here, Camille versus Gnar in the top. But do you think any minion wave will ever go past the middle of the bottom lane? There is so much push, so much wave clear for both teams. We're on to Summoner's Rift, everybody. Game 1 of our finals today.
Don't think we're getting invades. I think we're just going to get a standard. Ivern might try to walk up and put a ward down, but I don't see any invades coming on this. It's just a standard start, pretty much. We haven't had any invades, have we? Every game has been pretty much just a standard 5-man positioning.
We got a ward down last game that was able to spot out where a Mumu had started, but nothing more fancy than that, no. All right, and here is an interesting twist. We have had a switch up in positions. Kalista now on the top side with Big Bad Burr on the bottom.
Good old Kalista. Is that the Kalista? That's Kalista from our days of first casting, right?
Correct.
That's Kodo Draco. Yeah, I knew he changed his name. I couldn't remember.
Yes, he did.
All right, he was playing top lane last time we saw, so this will be interesting to see what goes on here now that they've changed.
It'll be interesting for sure. I don't think there's, when you're finding your groove, it's a lot of fun, especially when you're throwing a team together at the last minute to try and get something to come and play in our little tournament. Which, by the way, without our teams, we have no show. So huge shout out to all of our players, to the team captains, getting everybody together, getting everything all on time and such. It's a dream, literally a dream come true to do stuff like this. So thank you to them.
Yeah, see, I'm interested to how Briar's gonna the poke. It's because she doesn't heal, right? She has no regen, so I'm wondering how you play this.
She has regen there with the scream.
No, well, yeah, but she has no innate health regen though.
No innate health regen, correct? But with that spell, similar to how Renekton has his Coldamik.
I'm just wondering how you go and Doran Shield Star, which I would think would be better. It's not a ton. That was like 21 health. I don't know how. Mia's a little bit. She's a mana champ. She's manaless, so I guess we'll see how it goes. I just find it very interesting.
And see, this is how that matchup is up on the top side. You see that it's almost even CS, but there are more minions for the Camille to pick up. Huge damage coming from Death here onto Oria Hatchel. Just like you said, it's oppressive for sure.
Yeah, I can see though what you're saying with the healing off the. Oh wow, that's so rough. But I was gonna mention that Ivern went back, got all of his camps prepped, and then went back and bought boots and came back out for the Scuttle Crab spawn, which that was really good timing because it's about to pop up. Orianna isn't a bad spot for a gank.
Very bad spot. Double buff here. Ignite is down. Death is in some serious trouble, and he will go down. First blood to the Briar mid.
You called it. It was going to be an Ivern gank for Briar that was gonna help that lane. You called it right at the start.
Yeah.
Caster Curse.
But speaking of, Hiroro is here. Gets the slowdown on the Shazbot. Flash. Beautiful gank here. Kalista able to do just a little bit, but see what happens when you miss the stun? You lose those auto attack trades. When you don't get the stun, you don't get the shield, you just don't win that. And speaking of not winning, take a look here on the bottom side. That's actually not how I expected this to go.
Yeah, they need to get that lane pushed in. It's not a great spot, especially if Ivern comes down for a gank. It'll be really easy to get that stopped, especially when they hit 6 and Ashe has that arrow. It looks like they're just freezing it right in front and getting a nice CS lead, keeping control of that wave.
That was one of the problem states for their first game. E-Man is looking to redeem themselves in the bottom lane. Top Ramen Chef and Undead Strider didn't like playing under turret before, but this one seems to be working much better.
Yeah, if they can just get it pushed and get a bounce, they'll be in get a bounce back to the middle. They'll be in a much safer position because being pushed up this far, how they are, leaves you pretty open for a gank.
And it's another gank here. Death is going to flash over the wall, but he doesn't have a lot of support. He's going to use the W to move a little bit quicker. Senpai says no. He's in some trouble. That's a nice shield there from Big Bad Bird. Do they have the kill here? No. Senpai says no is too healthy. Calavir might be in some trouble here. Stun is dodged out. No volley hit, no slow. Good roam up from the bottom side, but this is exactly what was happening, right? Orianna is going to push into the Briar. There's no way around that, and Ivern will gank.
Yeah, I feel like they've practiced before, just how he's just going mid over and over and almost getting a second kill. Again, now that Orianna does not have a flash, it's going to be pretty easy to get this gank on her if she's pushed out too far.
Exactly. And now we saw the opposite. Did you see the Camille just rip into that Gnar?
I did.
That's what happens when you land all the spells. It's insane. And now, look at this. Level 6 available for both. Gnar, one of the fun the prediction there almost got the stun.
Quarter of his health with one hit.
One of the fun interactions is you cannot leave the Hextech Ultimatum unless Camille does, and Gnar is a unique champion that is able to get her out of it himself. So Kalista needs to be careful. Senpai says no, is up here, ready for the fight. But now Shazbot won't have Gnar available for the next engage.
Looks like Briar tried to fire an ult and missed while we were looking top. Might have been another kill on the bottom if...
Ooh, here comes a really big fight. Senpai says no, is in a lot of trouble. Death gets his revenge, sending the tree into the lumber mill.
I like that.
Ooh, stun down onto Big Bad Burr. He's going to use the shield. Oh, really low here. Calavir does have his flash. He gets the root. Headshot. Calavir slays top ramen chef. Flash forward from Big Bad Burr. Pops the flash from Undead Strider. Lots of fun this game. I am very pleased.
Yeah, top ramen chef oversteps just a little bit, gets chunked down. I believe stepped on a trap on the way out. Gets
But
headshot.
Here we go. The Berserk down onto Death. He doesn't have the shield. Nice use of the Feral Scream. But now he doesn't have the stun. He doesn't have the Scream. Jarvan is coming in. Berserk gets the Ignite down. Has to keep fighting. Damage down from Orianna. Look at him healing. Conqueror is up. Hatchel does go down. Kiroro picks that one up. He gets the W and he gets the Command Protect. Death is super low. Senpai flashes forward. Gets the pop from the shield. Red buff doesn't do enough. Death takes up. No, sorry. Kiroro. Kiroro picks it up. Don't judge me.
It's tongue twisters with all these names.
Well, what else is especially hard is I burned my tongue on lasagna yesterday. And so, like, it's not working how it's supposed to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope the lasagna was worth it.
Oh, definitely. Love me some lasagna.
Well, that was I was thinking Ivern might get a double kill there. That was really good play there to get as close to that double kill as he did, but just didn't quite have the damage at the end there with the shield down. Had he been able to pop another shield, he probably would have killed the Jarvan and got that double. But Jarvan coming in, helping the mid laner out, getting Orianna back into this game.
Here we go. That's the Hextech Ultimatum. Kalista is really running down Shazbot. He is able to get his Fury. Ignite is down. Flash is burned. Very low. 42 hit points, the result of that trade.
You weren't kidding about how much damage Camille can come in on that mini Gnar and just beat him up. Does it get better when you're Mega Gnar, or does the match just kind of not go your way the whole time?
No, in Mega Gnar, you have a lot more options, right? You can stop her from attacking with the wall up. You have the Gnar to throw her either out of the Hextech Ultimatum or into a wall. There are a lot more options. You get armor, health, magic resistance, and attack damage when you go big. It makes it very, very different. And especially later in the game, the stats that you get scale just like regular stats. And so when you're mini Gnar, you're the lowest stats in the game. When you're in the big Gnar form, you get quite a few of those stats. It's very different.
Well, yeah, I think you get like a really high increased regen for health too, so you can regen a lot of the health you might have lost as mini Gnar and kind of keep you in the lane.
Exactly. Like, it definitely does change. It doesn't seem like it will, but Camille also scales super, super strong. The true damage on her precision protocol, we watched it in the LCS. You can solo out an Ornn later in the game. Okay, Death is in some trouble. Berserk goes Hatchel. But Death does make it out. Oh, a nice pullback in. There's Jarvan. He's going in unstoppable with the jump. But Daisy says, hey, I don't want any of that.
Dude, Daisy will beat the crap out of you.
Yeah, Daisy's terrifying.
But as Caitlyn is just getting bullied in the bot lane, like the CS gap is getting larger and larger. They just can't step up.
Kiroro, top ramen chef, is gonna get killed. Calavir not able to secure it with the ace in the hole. Undead Strider is in some trouble. Does he get the Q off? He does. He picks up one, but is it enough? He will go down. And Team Unknown are coming out ahead in this one.
I want to know what Wheaties Zeref's been eating. The 999,000 true damage laser
Yeah.
just firing everywhere.
It's a spectator bug.
Yeah,
right?
it's just great.
I think it was, who was it? Was it you and I that were talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just when stuff goes onto the ground and such. Ignite back down onto Death. He is able to make it out. Very,
Burns the
very
flash
close. The
again,
Briar is
though.
strong.
Yeah, I think that first kill was really important for Briar just to get to some extra heat. Oh, we have game
Here
sense.
we go. Disengage from the Drake. Kiroro goes down. That's shutdown gold over to Undead Strider. Dragon over to Eman. Yeah, Eman Mate. That's such a bad name. Shazbot, fix your name. All right, Kalista jumping in. Isn't able to land the hook shot, but scares off the Gnar. Oh my gosh.
Death laser.
Yeah, the death laser. So much.
Yeah, even with the Ashe dying 2 times, she's still maintaining quite a CS lead.
All right, re-engage here. Death is going to take a little bit of damage. And you see how much she is healing from that Feral Scream. It's actually pretty silly.
Yeah, I don't think as the Orianna you can just walk up like that and chase down anymore. I think you've just got to sit back and poke with your ball and wave clear. Like, I don't know if you actually have kill pressure without the Jarvan at this point in time, especially where Briar does have the healing through her auto attacks now with the Vamp Scepter. W giving that extra health. You just need to probably push waves and roam right now and just stick with your jungler and try to win the other lanes.
Here we go. Here's the fight. Death takes a little bit. He has vision on the Ivern. In goes Kiroro. And there we go. The Cataclysm. Ultimate from Briar jumps in, goes berserk. Ash Arrow does miss. Knock up from Daisy. Death makes it out alive so far. Knock up. No! Senpai picks up the kill. Kalista is coming in. Jump in. Does like the sun, but Hextech Ultimatum will pick up that kill. Meanwhile, Jarvan dies too. Ultimate from Caitlyn will secure the Ivern. Kalista needs to run now. Oh, 1v2. Top Ramen Chef going in. No, Undead Strider picks it up. Big Bad Bear has to flash. He's slowed by the flurry. Gets the shield and the speed up. Does he have enough? He's going to get one more slow. Top Ramen Chef, I said it again. I caster cursed a 3rd time today. Eman Mate, turn a bad situation into something good.
And one thing I always hate seeing is the support Xerath that's getting kills, because then he actually becomes dangerous and he's not someone you can just ignore. Like, his damage is actually going to hurt now. Picking up his first mythic item. And yeah, the Xerath bot lane is Xerath's the carry now.
This series is going to be the best that I've cast in a very long time, Proton.
Yeah, the
And
gold
hey,
is so close.
just like our last one. All right, once the Mega Gnar goes down, Kiroro is up on the top side. No teleport, though, for Kalista. But we got to be careful here. Death has to run away. Exactly. Senpai says no. Says, let's do this combo, and gets that Briar fed. It's exactly what I was expecting to see. Super, super fun. I can imagine it's really nerve-wracking for Death, though.
Yeah, because you see, Death comes in, chunks Briar, but as soon as you're within that range, Briar just jumps on her, gets all the health back, and chunks you down just as low. Played that really well, though. That was a really good trade into the Briar. I mean, the Briar is definitely losing out on CS, so if she didn't have these kills, this lane would be a bit different, but I think now, with being behind in items...
Here comes the engage. Jarvan isn't close. Death might have to flash. He doesn't have it available, and there is the death. Oria Hatchel setting it up with Senpai says no. Just masterfully set up here. Knowing that the
Combo.
matchup isn't good, you got to do something, and it looks great coming out of E-Man Mate.
Yeah, this combo is really good with them too. It's just allowing Briar to have that extra bit of engage and sticking power and damage just to finish off these kills and push her into the lead. Briar's gonna be scary if she keeps getting kills. I mean, if she can pick up her farm a little bit, it'll help. But if she keeps getting these kills, it's gonna keep her in the game and just make her that spooky Briar that you see in your solo queue games that ults you from across the map and murders you before you can get away.
Exactly. Jarvan is down here. Do we see the kills? Flash is not available for either member of E-Man. There's a beautiful knock of Cataclysm. Nice ultimate from the Ashe. Do they have enough damage? That is a 2-for-0. Team Unknown secure their own great play. Calavir, though, is really, really hurting. Oh, nice ult underneath the turret. Oreo Hatchel goes down. Death gets the solo kill. Very well done. Kalista in some trouble now. Shazbot trying to get him. Nice use of the passive there for Kalista to absorb just a little bit of damage. The tower does physical. Yeah, very, very good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we in some trouble? Senpai says no. Summons up Daisy. Do Calavir and Big Bad Burr have it? Jarvan is on his way. Kiroro, can he make the difference? That's a flash over the wall. A nice shield from the Karma. They have the damage. The outplay was huge. Can they dodge the Xerath shots? Calavir is in serious doo-doo. He makes it out. It's a 1-for-1.
Don't worry, he put on his boots and he walked right through that dude.
If anyone doubts the value of tier 2 boots, they need to understand just how important they were in that exact moment.
Yeah. If Calavir had brown paper bags on his feet, he would have never gotten away from those Xerath ults, and that would have been a double kill.
Turret goes down in the bottom side. That isn't too surprising considering just how far ahead Ashe is in terms of CS and pressure. You know, I thought that we would see a little bit better push coming from the Caitlyn and the Karma, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, maybe it's just because they haven't played together with this setup before, these two champions, so...
Ashe Arrow, that's a dead Orianna. I don't think there's any way out of that. Nope.
And Ivern pops out of Briar's back pocket to help.
That Enchanted Crystal Arrow was huge. Full stun duration, 3.5 seconds. They need to be careful here, though. Shazbot is almost Mega Gnar. They get all the crowd control, and they kill him before he can cast it. Beautiful engage. I think this is okay. I think you shove a lane instead, right? You grab the Rift Herald if you're Jarvan. You push the mid lane with the Caitlyn and the Karma. And once you're done with that, they have the Drake, yes, but then you have Collapse on top side. You could probably take a turret. Uh-oh. Big Bad Burr. Big Bad Burr. That was a Big Bad Burr from across the map. And Calavir is caught here.
In a terrible spot.
Nothing.
Yeah, that was just bad timing, being on that part of the map right there, and Briar ulting in. Briar. Keep calling Briar.
It's whatever. I think Death just stole that Scuttle Crab. He did. Death took the Scuttle Crab. They are going to make it out. Daisy needs to reset. Kalista on the backside means that E-Man needs to be careful. Bye, Daisy. Bye, Daisy.
I think you just have to back up with your Death right now. With the range they have, you can't defend that turret. You'll just get shot by Xerath and killed. So unless you can get some backup.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow dodge! Whoa! I clenched right there. That was crazy.
I'm pretty sure it would have had enough damage to kill.
And there's our trade. You see what I'm saying? Half of Shazbot's health in one combo. Kiroro is here. They gets the Gnar. It was used early. Wallop is going to get a stun, but do they have enough? They do. Kiroro gets the kill onto Shazbot. Exhaust down onto Top Ramen Chef. Big Bad Burr has to run. Calavir's in some trouble. He's going to get slowed. Does he have the net? One more auto attack. He flashes away from it. Big Bad Burr got his shield in time, but it doesn't matter. A burn. Oh, but is that enough? Death throws out. Ooh, misses the command shockwave. Dodges out the Q.
Oh my gosh. This
Watch
game
the
just
ultimate.
got
Watch the ultimate
crazy.
from the Briar. Comes in. Callista in some trouble. Is going to dodge out the knockup. No, gets hit with the knockup. Needs the hook shot. Death goes down. Callista picks up the kill.
What a turnaround by Callista right there. Just jumping right back in, ignoring the daisy, going in, getting the kill. On Senpai says no. Callista says yes.
Yes, Senpai does not run this game. Hiroro is doing a great job on the Jarvan. Like I said, one of my favorite champions to just be mobile around the map, moving around, setting up plays. It's looking really good here for Team Unknown. They are only 2,000 gold in the lead. This is by no means over, but it's been looking really good for them. Definitely an improvement from how everything happened last game.
Definitely.
Not a lot going on at the moment. We have 2 minutes for the next objective.
We do have the Baron on the map, so a pick could lead to a Baron take right now. So everybody's got to play a little bit safer. Watch out for these engages that come from across the map from Ashe and Briar. Like, it's super dangerous to not be staring, at your mini map and knowing where Briar and Ashe are at the moment, so you can properly dodge those things. Because if you get hit, you're probably going to get ran down and killed at this point in time in the game.
All right. Now that things have calmed down a little bit, we can take some stock. Turret down in the bottom. Oh, poor Death. This is not going to go well. Daisy is already summoned. Do they have the burst damage? Nope. Death goes down. Shutdown gold over to Oriahatchel. Nice gank down there.
Boom. Head. Now dry.
Okay, grouping up in the mid lane goes Team Unknown. I think they're trying to set up for the Drake. There's only a minute left, so they want to go back now, try and set up some vision. It's hard. It's hard to set up when you just lost your mid laner. She'll be up before they need to. All right, let's see another fight here on top side. Stun, auto, slow, flash burned. That's how that goes. Okay, now we are setting up for the fight. We have everyone alive. Oriahatchel is here to try and get the kill onto Callista. Gets the stun. Goes on top, dodges out the first stun, but is going to die here. But look at the damage able to be dealt. Oh my gosh, it was way longer than I expected. And then on the backside, Team Unknown might be in some trouble. We got top Ramen Chef caught in the Cataclysm. Calavir helps get that one down. Death hit with the Briar ultimate, jumps in. Knock up there from the Jarvan damage. Ignite is onto the Orianna. Roro dodges out a little bit more, not enough. And Eman Mate are able to definitely, handily take that fight without the entirety of Team Unknown there. Beautiful.
And this is going to put them at Dragon Soul Point here, which another Hextech Dragon, which, as we've said before, is probably the best dragon in the game. Or Soul, anyway, I should say.
Yeah, definitely the best Soul. One could argue about dragons, but the Soul is just silly. It gives you so much.
I love it because you can just be at the other side of a minion wave, and that lightning bolt will go through and hit the team and slow them, and it allows you to really catch up and get right back onto them. Especially if you have a hard time engaging, it's a nice dragon for that, just to slow people so your team can get up in there.
So I'm not truly surprised, but I'm pleased with how the mid lane Briar is working out. It worked exactly like I was thinking it would. And, she's not able to really farm. Just like you were saying, the pressure against the Orianna is too much, but is able to be getting these kills, able to impact around the map. Has a bounty, 600 gold. That's almost maximum, so doing really well.
Hey, when you're farming champs, you don't need to farm minions.
That's what I've heard. So, what are the main points now, right? We're one turret each. Soul is there. That means Team Unknown really has to get a handle on their vision in the next 3.5 minutes down by the pit. They might need to get a decent fight. What's the play?
Well, you definitely need to get a good pick. I think you've got to take Briar out. I think, or Xerath. Like, they're the only real damage on the team at this point. Thing is your bot lane is behind. They're collapsing over.
Big collapse. Kiroro is here as well. They're gonna dodge out. Nice buffer with the EQ. Senpai says no, jumps in with the root collar. Flash is not available. He jumps into the Cataclysm trying to save Callista. And that is successful, but oh no!
Oh, no!
The Briar lands the ultimate. Callista is in some serious trouble here. Gets the hook shot, dodges out, gets the slow, but Aurea Hatchel is very strong, and that ultimate just secured them the Baron.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking you want to do. You definitely want to get a pick with those long-range tools you have, and then immediately take this Baron and try to push the snowball to end the game.
They have vision on the Baron. No control ward. Death has a really strong ultimate. Do we see the steal? No! It is taken and secured by Senpai says no. Eman Mate get 3 big kills. 2, rather. No, it's 3. 2 champion kills and the Baron.
I think they have a really good team to do like they could probably do at this point in time a 1-3-1 or just a 4-1 because I don't think anyone can take Briar in the side lane, and I think Nar's super safe. Callista can still engage on him, but I think he's strong enough that he's not going to get one shot, so you can push these lanes in the side. But I definitely think Briar should be in a side lane pushing because they're going to have to send, at least 2 people, and it depends on which 2 people you send.
Senpai says no is in some trouble. Chen Crystal Arrow will save him for a moment, but not enough. In comes the Briar. Kiroro is out. He is ignited instead. Yeah, the engage here coming out of Eman Mate is incredible. They're able to do it from so far away with the 2 global ultimates that you just can't fight them.
It's really wonderful how they're using it, because if Briar hits her ult, she goes in and she fears everyone, and then you can fire that Ash arrow right down where she's at, and you're almost guaranteed to get another stun.
Mm-hmm. Or the other way, right? If you land the stun, then you're guaranteed to land the Briar ult. So it's a lot of fun to set things like that up.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this comp is actually an engage comp. You wouldn't really think it's like a hard engage comp, but with Ashe and the Briar ultimate, it really is. They're just hard engaging all these fights. And you can't just instantly burst the Briar with the W. You go in, you hit, and she gets damage reduction plus a heal. So she can survive the initial amount of burst right now because they just don't have enough damage to blow her up right away. She's sitting on 3 items, 3.5. It's just hard to deal with this if you get hit. You really got to dodge and have the team kind of really has to be grouped. You can't really split against this team.
And that, I think, is exactly why you're right about the 1-3-1 composition coming out from Eman Mate. That is probably what they're going to want to do. But their team fight is just so effective, I don't think they're going to have to. What engage do we see here? Going in onto the Ashe. Hextech Ultimatum is available, is used onto top Ramen Chef. Lots of damage coming in. Knock up from Kiroro. Cataclysm onto 3. It is not enough. Undead Strider picks up a kill onto Big Bad Bird. And Team Unknown are routed. Ultimate down onto Death. It's going to get the fear onto Calavir. Flash from Death means he's alive for a moment, but not long enough. And Eman Mate ace for nothing at the Drake.
And now they're going to pick up the Dragon Soul. And I kind of think that's the end. That's it right there. It's just a matter of ending the game, killing the Nexus. I think that kind of puts the coffin, or not the coffin in the nail, but the nail in the coffin.
I don't know. I think the coffin and the nail is a lot harder to do, wouldn't you say?
But yeah, I think that's probably going to be enough to push them over to be able to seal the deal with this. It doesn't seem like they have an answer for the engage they have from them. They're just like they're not really sure how to handle it, and then there's so much follow-up damage after the engage. If you get hit by any of it, there's just nothing you can really do.
In goes Callista onto top Ramen Chef. doesn't quite have enough damage here with the amount of heal. The triple shields. Kiroro goes in. Senpai says no, it's really low. Callista gets killed. Berserk goes. Oria Hatchel into the Cataclysm. Lots of damage coming down. They get the shutdown. But Undead Strider says, hey, I'm in this game too. Root down onto Kiroro. He jumps in, gets the shield from Death. Damage down onto Senpai says no, it doesn't matter. Triple kill for Undead Strider.
Meanwhile, the whole time Shazbot is just pushing that top lane, taking the inhibitor unopposed.
Nice kill for Death, but it is not enough. Inhibitor destroyed on the top side. Shazbot doing exactly what Nar should be doing and splitting the map, taking out the base, because League of Legends isn't a game about getting kills, it's about killing a Nexus. Death has some nice dodges there, but the ace, Shazbot picks that one up. Big Bad Bird jumps in.
Did Undead Strider just ult Shazbot for fun? Because it looked like the last one went on Shazbot.
Root is there. Calavir with Callista help pick up the shutdown. Big Bad Bird picks that one up. You know, it's
their base is in shambles now. Jahadre, I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, they did really good at trying to run them down, and they did get some kills. But the problem is they lost so much for going for that. They lost most of their team. They lost most of their base just to get those few kills that they did, and it really didn't get them out ahead.
No, and it's rough, right? Because the beginning of the game was looking so Team Unknown favored, but then once you start scaling with this Zera, 10 kills, you just get so much gold and so much damage on those Arcana pulses. It's hard to deal with it, honestly.
Well, and how do you get to that backline effectively without just throwing your life away? I mean, Callista did get onto the backline and got a kill, but the Xerath is the real danger, and he just sat back and fired that whole time, and I don't know if he took really any damage during that whole fight. He's huge. It's hard to get to him. He can just blow you up from across the map. Like, look at that damage.
Just like that. That was half.
Yeah.
That was half of Death's health. That's crazy. But this just might be the fight. They have all ultimates available. Senpai says no is low, and he is down. Calavir picks that up. Callista is not able to get away. Oria Hatchel says, no thank you. You don't get to Hexgate. Ultimate comes out. Is going to land onto Death. Death is going to die. Double kill for Oria Hatchel. Calavir is pushed out. Shazbot gets the kill onto Big Bad Bird, and no!
The
Senpai says no.
Away.
Gets redemption from the dead.
Oh, that feels bad right there. To die to the redemption.
Not only from the redemption from a dead jungler.
Yeah. Well, that should be the end of the game. They should push it right in here, Jahadre. Take both these towers unopposed. I mean, Karma is going to be up in Callista, but there's just not enough there to do anything. It's going to be over right about as they're spawning.
Absolutely. And that is going to be game number 1 of our finals. Team Mate. Nope. I wanted to say Team Unknown. E-Man Mate is able to take game number 1 against Team Unknown. A very, very strong showing. Unconventional picks. Great coordination. Great team fighting. Objective taking. It was beautiful. Team Unknown, though, no slouches. They had some great plays. They had a great draft. They had a good plan. It wasn't enough to overcome the, let's call it, cheese of the Briar mid.
Yeah. That was surprising how good that worked out with, but they played to it. Like it must, like I said, it's gotta be something they practiced, because they played to it perfectly. Got some kills on Briar early. Briar couldn't farm, but when you're getting these kills, it still keeps you even, and Briar's just a really strong champ and gets stronger as the later the game goes. So I thought it was really well played. Great game. It was fun to watch. I hope the next one is good too. Hoping we're going to a third game.
I agree. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be back for game number 2 in just a few minutes. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. This is game number 2 of our grand finals of our preliminary or progenitor tournament. I am Benji Sorensen. I'll be doing play-by-play today, and with me is Brock Proden Rubino on color.
And I'll be riding Jahadre's coattails as normal.
Ah, come on, man. All right. We're on game number 2 of which is actually our third game between Eman Mate and Team Unknown. Do we get 3 games, or is this just it? The quick 2-0 from Eman and an early go home. What do you think, Proden?
I'm hoping we get a game 3. I would like to. I want it to go all the way, but they've been pretty strong, so we'll have to see how they adapt. If they can, get a team comp they can really work together. Maybe get ahead in that bot lane, or get a lane that just gets really far ahead that can snowball.
So we have had a side switch. That means that we have Team Unknown on blue side with Eman Mate on red side for the first time today. Let's make that really clear. This is the first time that Eman Mate has been on red side. Maybe that will change something. They won't get as much comfort in the draft or something to that effect. I don't know. We have also had a switch up of positions again on Team Unknown. You'll notice Big Bad Burr back up in the top side, Ballista in the jungle with Kiroro on support this go around.
Hey, they're trying what they can to see if they can plot a way and see what works best for them.
Exactly.
They all might have some different things they play when they're in those positions that they're really good at. So maybe they want to switch it up and see if something works here.
Yeah, I think it's great. I like seeing the tactics, right? We're not in, oh my gosh, hold on just a second.
Who dares defy my will?
Okay, I am back. I apologize.
It's okay. Get the lungs cleared out, get ready. You got some words to spit out of your mouth for this game at high speed.
Which, as I said earlier, burned my tongue on lasagna, and it's hard to move how I'm supposed to. But speaking of moving how you're supposed to, I love the pivot here from EMAT. They took away the Jarvan. I thought that was a big problem for them. They ended up winning the game, but it was rough to play against it.
Yeah, and I'm still wondering if they're just going to keep letting Gnar through. But maybe they don't feel the Gnar is that big of a deal, and they want to focus on the other lanes. Here comes the Briar again.
Yeah.
Is it go mid, though?
I don't know. I don't think you do that again. It worked, but yeah, I think that now that they've seen it, there's much better ways to counter it. They picked the Orianna expecting Briar to be going in the jungle, because the Ivern was the last pick last draft. So I think that now that you see it, there are ways to fight it. Do you remember all the way back when the jungle funneling to mid was the meta?
Yeah, we actually got a Master Yi game in the LCS.
Yeah. So the way to beat that is you shove the lane, right? Then they don't have any minions to farm, so they're stuck on jungle income, and their jungler doesn't do anything. So you get to shove and roam and affect another lane. And so it would be very similar, right? You just adapt to what you see doesn't work. So once you've seen how the Master Yi goes, you know what you need to do. And I like this right here. The Syndra is a great way to switch that up. The Scatter the Weak is a way to knock back and avoid the stun. All sorts of goodies.
Yeah, I wonder though, could we possibly get a Warwick top or a Briar top? Like maybe they really get crazy? Or are we gonna go back with the Briar mid? You thinking that's where it's going back again for sure?
No, I think it's going in the jungle. I really, really do. I think the novelty of the mid pick is gone, in my opinion. You have to pair it with something like the Ivern to make it work. Never mind, they've just locked in 3 jungle champions, so what do I know?
Karthus could be bot lane though. That is
I know
a bot
he
lane
could be.
times 2, so
Yeah, he
we'll
could
have
be.
to see. They're getting spicy with their drafts. That's all I'm saying. Some spicy drafts.
Yeah, Eman Mate is doing very, very good things with their draft. They're very flexible, they're tricky, and it seems to be working out for them. There's the Ivern ban. Like I said, I think that just works out. he was much more frustrating than I think anyone thought he should have been. Did a really good job.
Yeah, we
What
have
else?
Archduke Stinky saying that Shazbot's pretty nutty with the Warwick, so maybe it is a top Warwick.
Well,
I guess we'll
How-
see.
how well does that work against the Mordekaiser, though? Because I don't think Mordekaiser has a lot of flexibility, especially with the Syndra locked in. He's got to be in the top lane.
Yeah, Warwick can bully pretty well because yeah, you can knock him down to half health, but it's really hard to finish him off. So, from what they're saying, the Jurg in the chat is saying Warwick crushes more, which I can definitely see that because it's just hard. It's hard to deal with Warwick in a 1v1 situation when he can just constantly heal. And then he shield baits you. He he gets that ult, gets another just the Q heal, chunks you down. It could be rough. Might be awfully interesting to watch this matchup.
That is 4 junglers. 4 junglers.
Do we get a 5th?
I sure hope so. But I am excited for the Lee Sin, though. I love watching that champion. It's so good to see a good Lee Sin wandering around the map, affecting plays, being so mobile, being so strong. Oh, Varus! I like it. The Varus got buffed. The AP Varus is W.
The AP Varus that does like 3k damage to you in one
Yeah,
late
if
game.
you could stack it up, yeah.
Yeah, so far it'll be interesting. If they pick one more jungler, they have to change their name to Oops All Junglers, like the Jurg was saying.
Definitely.
But yeah, okay, so
Okay.
Taric Varus bot lane, interesting. So yeah, that's gonna stop a lot of that dive they want to do if Taric can get the ultimate off at the right time, because that's the real skill expression with Taric, is knowing when to cast your ultimate, when to delay all that or to stop all that damage and let your team kind of turn everything around.
So I have a theory. Nocturne is the only one without a real secondary role. He's going to go in the jungle, and then that's what I was going to say. Was you were right about the Karthus going bot. Once the Senna got locked in, it solidified it for me. But Nocturne is the only one who isn't very flexible in terms of where he goes. If he's not taking the jungle camps, the only other place he could go would be top, but that hasn't been played in a really long time. So I like the trickiness there from E-Man, but Team Unknown has also drafted a pretty solid composition here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the bot lane's going to go with the Senna and Karthus. I don't know if I've seen that pairing before, but it's a pretty hard scaling bot lane. If they're getting kills, because Senna, indefinitely scales. Karthus has a huge ult in the late game that just chunks everybody out. So, and they have a lot of engage again with the Warwick, the Nocturne, and Briar. It's like 3 champs that just fly at you from across the screen. So, and then dodging the Briar ult while the Nocturne ult is up. Like, you won't be able to see it until it's in your face. So that's going to be interesting if they can time all that together. Although on the other side, more, Lee Sin, Syndra, Varus, they can all do peeling Taric. So if they can just stay in this game, make sure the other side doesn't get snowballed, they can probably do pretty well with all the pill and damage that they'll have.
It's also 4 global ultimates. Let's talk about that.
Yes. Yeah, that is a lot of ultimates.
I guess it's semi-global for the Nocturne, but it affects globally. Maybe that's the nerf that Paranoia needs, is the range on where Paranoia hits would be a good nerf, because now that it lasts 6 seconds, it's so oppressive.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, like just how they're drafting here. Imagine if LCS teams drafted this way. That would be fun if you could actually play crazy comps like this, but yeah. I don't think they do it even if it worked at that high level of play.
No,
because
and go ahead.
They only want to play things that are super safe and reliable for the most part.
Yeah, and that's one of the big complaints that some of the casters have had. I know Azael specifically has spoken out on season 6 when Malzahar was absurdly overtuned. He kept telling people to play it, no one would. It got
Yeah,
nerfed,
multiple
and then
times.
after the nerf, yeah, after the nerf, Faker played it, and then everyone thought it was busted, and it won the world championship. It got locked in 3 games in a row for the 3-0 from Samsung. So it really is. It's exactly that. Pro players are unwilling to pick something that seems ridiculous, and it is a detriment, I think, especially to the North American scene where everyone is so worried about our successes.
I think that they need to go to that like ultimate bravery draft
Yes.
or whatever it is, where if something's banned or picked, you cannot take it. We have enough champs; you can do that 5 series every single time.
Mm-hmm. So you can't repick a champion if it was in
Yeah,
the last game.
yeah. I think that would be great. It would keep it more interesting to watch, and it'd make people with their drafting be a lot more creative than
Mm-hmm.
being like, well, let's play the same thing we've played for the last 27 games because it worked.
Right. So what I want to discuss now is how Team Unknown needs to choose their damage. If Varus goes with the AP build, then they they only have Lee Sin as a source of physical damage, and I don't think that's wise. So it has to be an AD Varus.
Yeah, he's either gonna have to go poke, or he's gonna have to go on hit.
Yeah. Which of the two is more likely based on the composition?
I don't know, cause a lot of them are squishy. I mean, I guess you could go AP as well, but I kind of think you probably go on hit with this, cause
Mm-hmm.
you need that sustained damage for when they all come in at you.
Yeah, I would agree. And Twerp Oko in the chat agrees with you with the Warwick and the Briar jumping in and the way Nocturne is. You gotta go. You gotta go DPS. All right, and
Yeah.
here we go. We might have our first invade of the whole tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, everywhere. This is game number 2 of our finals. Top Ramen Chef might be in some trouble here. He is going to flash over the wall. Lee Sin does not land the Sonic Wave. Ooh, it was close.
That is great. That's gonna allow the bot lane to play a lot more aggressive now. Maybe, yeah, maybe just force him out of the lane early with no flash. If they can poke him out, maybe get a stun on him. That's a really good early play to get that flash. That should make the early playing of the lane a lot easier.
Senpai Says No is able to get a very deep ward there over behind the wolf pit. It's a really good position. Oh, hello.
Is she headbanging?
Jeez. Thank you for that, Oreo Hatchel and production. I love you, Admin Anonymous.
I thought
You're
Jinx was
amazing.
the only one that could headbang. Now I know there's a second champ that could headbang.
So what you do is you set those two up with a Mordekaiser dancing, and
There you go.
you go at it. I love it so much. All right, game number 2. We are underway. We got the flash burned in the bottom side. So I was praising the placement of that ward on the top side, but I realized it gives you almost zero information because there's a way around it completely. If you're the
Yeah,
Lee
I
Sin.
wonder if they meant to put it in the wolf pit and the mist.
Ah, yeah, that's probably it. And
They
the other
really should push
Go
for
ahead.
this level 2 and not let them get the push on them. Like there you go. They should have already been up there actually trying to get a stun as they hit level 2.
I would agree with that. But there we go. There's the buff from the Varus getting that extra damage of the Blighted Quiver. And it is on hit. We can see that with the rune choice and the item choice. Doran's Blade is not for an AP build. And Lethal Tempo definitely going to be strong when you get all the attack speed and the on-hit abilities.
I like seeing the bot lane actually get control this time. And the last 2 times they were playing, they really didn't have control of the lane. Ooh!
Oh, it's only level 2. Does he have enough damage? He doesn't. He's rooted out of turret range, though. Needs to get level 3 to get that piercing arrow.
I do like the aggression, though. I mean, he did take quite a bit of damage, but they might be able to sustain it back up with Tarek's healing. Ooh, nice punish by Syndra.
Ah, that stun didn't knock her out of that. This is one of the reasons why I'm really not a fan of how how Briar works. I played against her last night, and no matter what I did, I couldn't knock her out of that stupid E. But that's a digression we don't need to follow. Up in the top side, everything's looking okay. We got our junglers here fighting. Scuttlecrab just spawns. Who gets the roam, though? It looks like that's going to be for Eman Mate. No, Callista wants to go in because he has death on his side. Crab is secured for Eman Mate. Do they have the damage? Flash is burned. Senpai says no, is running away. That's Berserk coming out of Oria Hatchel. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, damage. Ignite is down, and First Blood goes over to Team Unknown. Death follows right after. Callista is in a 1v1 against Senpai Says No. Sonic Wave is blocked with the Spell Shield. Shazbot has made the roam. Callista is in some trouble. Does he have a ward? He gets the hop away. Bot lane isn't safe for him, but he makes it out alive.
Beautiful escape with the ward hop through the lane there. Walked right between where they normally shoot. And normally you don't think of Lee Sin as one of those characters that can make it through the towers without getting shot, but I think the ward hop kind of helped him get past that spot where they almost overlap. So really good play to escape and not give up another kill and go 1-for-1.
Very, very good. All right. Next play is on the way. Where is it going to be, though? We had a back from the bottom. Mid and top are doing okay.
I like the choice of Rune from Death because you just kind of be able to sit there and farm that extra gold with First Strike. As long as you keep away from Briar and don't get too close. It's kind of like a free money generator.
Mm-hmm.
And it really helps Syndra get through the mid game where you really start to get real money on that rune. Because early game you don't really get a lot. It's when you start to get some items that it really scales and gets you some more money. It helps push your item speed collecting up there quicker.
Another good adaptation I see is the Mordekaiser starting with the Bramble Vest. Looking at Eman Mate, their only source of magic damage is going to be that Karthus, right? So that Thornmail is going to have so much value, especially with the healing that the Senna, the Briar, and the Warwick have on them. It's going to be so strong. So I like that adaptation. A nice way to get everything up and going. So we have a gank in the middle lane.
But I think Lee Sin knows exactly where Nocturne is.
Yeah,
He's
they
just waiting for him to go in.
They pinged him. All right, only level 4, though, on Callista. He's going to hit with the cripple. Fear is there. No, he dodges it out with the ward hop. Senpai Says No, wants to follow. It dodges out the Scatter the Weak. It was a nice engage, but Callista being low on level means they don't get that. Shazbot gets the level 6 fight. Flash and barrier and ultimate used. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tough matchup for Mordekaiser because he can't burst out the Warwick, and the Warwick just sustains through his damage even when he gets low. So it's going to be a rough one for Mordekaiser.
And that was called in the chat. So good job there, Jurg, for letting us know that it is happening exactly how it was quote-unquote supposed to. And here comes more shove from the bottom lane. Oria Hatchel is going berserk after death. Again, down about 20 CS, but will he be able to pick up the kills this time? He went with the Doran shield. I think that was a wise decision.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I thought that was a much better.
Level 6 is available. Throwing in the Unleashed Power isn't quite enough. Ignite is down onto death. Whoa, that was super close.
Yeah, I do think Death is playing the matchup better now. Maybe it's just because the jungler can't quite give the same priority to mid, like ganking and all that with the engage until a little bit later here to level 6. But I think Death has played it a lot better and taken better trades. That one was probably the worst because he's looking for the all-in. But I do think he's definitely adapted and playing the matchup a lot better with the Syndra.
I agree. And, like I was saying, they picked the Orianna thinking that the Briar was going to go in the jungle. And so when you know it's going to go mid, or at least suspect, you can pick a better champion. Just the way Syndra works versus Orianna, you have that buffer of the Scatter of the Weak. You have a little bit more sustained damage. Oh, hello.
That ball went right into him and it didn't stun. Okay.
I think
it was spectator bug.
No, I think it was thrown by the W, not hit with the E.
Oh, okay.
But here we go. Here comes the first ultimate from Nocturne. Does
Yeah, I like
not
it.
have vision on anybody.
Yeah, Death did
Okay.
really well immediately backing up without a vision range. That's awesome. That is a super long cooldown. But he is immediately
Extremely.
going for the Rift Herald. So he's
Yeah,
taking,
go ahead.
they're just going to take advantage of nobody knowing where he's at right now.
Do we have a death here? Flash is burned. Ignite down. One more. Oh, the piercing arrow isn't
no.
available. Calavir isn't able to pick up the kill.
And they invested
Wow.
all their sums to all their sums to get that kill, but they weren't able to. Oh, and he snipes
Oh,
it
he
right off the
gets it!
back end.
That's 5 out. Nope. Let me actually count there. That's 7 out of 8 summoner spells used on the bottom. And then the arrow picks up the kill. I think you call worth on that. That was a lot of fun. Great play.
If you're investing that many summoners, you have to get the kill.
And here we are tied once again. Fear is able to land. These Scuttle Crab fights are starting to get intense. Big Bad Burr is on the way, who has the higher smite. It does go over to Callista. Senpai says no. Ooh, uses an early spell shield. But will he get the fear? Callista gets the kick, but Shazbot is already there. Ultimate from Karthus. That Requiem did spell death for Death himself, too. Big play coming out of Eman. Nice stun there on the Big Bad Burr into the ultimate. The CC combo is very well done. Double kill for the Briar, which is exactly what happened last time. It might get out of control.
They played that really well with laying their CC at the end there to get the Mordekaiser kill. I always like to see when you're not overlapping, and then it might have allowed him to get away, but they did that really well with the ultimate and the knock into the wall. Briar again. 2 kills.
Yeah.
They just can't keep her down.
So Aurea Hatchel has been a wonderful piece of Eman Mate. Game number 1, or rather, in the regular bracket, Deathless on the Lux, doing so much work there. The half healthing of the enemy top laner with a single ultimate, no other spells combined, and then the 2 games on the Briar just doing so much work to help Eman Mate do what they're doing in this tournament. Looking very, very strong. I expect to see great things from him as we continue to host these tournaments. Fight upside. Big Bad Burr is in some serious trouble. He flashes. Not really a great flash there, my friend, unfortunately. But this is a nice CC layer. Chain of Corruption onto the Dazzle. Kiroro is able to get the ultimate down and dodge out the rest of the damage. Calavir able to pick up a kill. Do they pick up a second, though? Briar's ultimate. Oh, it lands onto Kiroro. He has no flash. He is unable to land the stun.
Oh,
There it is yet again.
I see why this is so effective mid, because you just throw your ult wherever and hope it hits. If someone's low and then you get a kill.
Yep.
Yeah, really, really well played. These ults are just on point. He sees the future as to where to aim, because that's a really long way to go. That's like shooting that Ashe ult across the map and just hoping it hits somebody.
Nah, man, it's all calculated.
Yes.
And he will tell you the same thing.
Looks like Karthus has the first mythic in the game right now. Chose to just rush the mythic, no boots, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
But his damage is going to be really picking up now with that. Did not go with the first strike, but does have. Oh, here we go on the top lane of the fight.
Up on top side, a lot of damage, but like you said, the ticking damage isn't enough once the Warwick goes below 50%. Nice flash into the Q. Barrier flash is able to pick that up. Nice 1v1 up top.
Yeah, had that Q hit, I don't think it would have killed just because the barrier was up, so I don't know if the flash was needed, but why not secure the kill and make sure you don't give any money back to him when you're really starting to push your lead in this lane.
Exactly. Here we go. Senpai says no, is in some trouble. Callista picks that kill up. Paranoia does go off, but it was too late. Power.
Yeah, I don't think the paranoia is going to help you anyway. I think it was best just to just to die there. Save your ult for when you come back up, because it's not going to be up for a while now. And you might be able to find some use for it once you are back alive and on the map.
Yeah.
That does give them the second dragon of the game. It should be uncontested.
Yeah, and that's going to be the second I almost said turret. Second Drake. Oh, no. They dodged it and got Calavir killed.
Oh, no.
I did that, too. All right, Shazbot jumps into 3. They have a lot of damage. Senna ult goes through. I think Unknown make it out here. They only lose the 1 casualty. But it was super unfortunate because it hit your carry, so you couldn't go into the fight after that.
We do have the Kraken Slayer now on Calavir, so his damage is going to be ramping up quite a bit now. Mordekaiser was able to secure a turret plate before it went down, so that'll help him up in that matchup up there, but he's pretty far behind. I don't think the 1 turret plate is going to be enough to get him on even, and I don't know if Mordekaiser even starts to win this fight ever.
No.
Being behind like this.
So I think what will happen is he'll eventually be able to go even and just not die. Just with Conqueror and his own passive, especially if he goes with the Rift Maker. That's what it's called. I was going to say Leeching Leer, but that's the smaller item. But with the Rift Maker on top of his passive with the Conqueror, I think he'll be able to out-heal the damage that Warwick is able to do. But I could be wrong on that.
I don't think so. I think Warwick just, at this point, it's too much. He's already getting a healing item as well. I don't think he'll be able to out-heal Warwick. Warwick has just multiple... He has 2 built-in ways to heal, and plus that the item, the blade, is going to give him more. So I don't think he can outdo his sustain.
Calavir goes in, manages to land the Chain of Corruption, get the stun down onto top Ramen Chef. A lot of damage there. Ignite is in. They're going to go into... Oh, no! It's not enough. He was standing in the Karthus ult. Or passive.
Oh, if it would have hit just a quarter of a second faster with the ultimate, he would have lived through it.
No ultimate now from Oria Hatchel. This could be a 3v2. In goes Senpai says no. The flash is done to take away the fear. Callista into Ward hops right into a Briar. And that's a rampage now.
That feels bad. They just don't really have an answer for the Briar. Like nothing they've done in these games has been able to slow the Briar down. She just doesn't care that she's behind on farm. She just takes kills from around the map and gets a lead. Wow, that was 200 million, billion?
Million damage. This is a great lesson, though. I want to take the time to discuss this because what you just said about the Briar is an attitude that every single League of Legends player should have. You're down in farm, but that's okay. You're a champion, right? You have spells, you're getting gold, you're getting kills. That means the game is still playable. None of this forfeit at 15 when you don't think you're doing well. We all need to get that out of our head because it's not the way to play, and it's definitely not the way to win. So, huge props to Oria Hatchel, to Iman Mate as well. Keep your attitude positive because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can't always... Matter. And sometimes even if you're down and you are pretty useless, like, just do what you can to help the team win. Sometimes you have to learn how to be carried.
Exactly. But that aside, his game is looking pretty one-sided at the moment.
I like what Torp said in Twitch chat. He says, I actually FF at 15 when I win you because I'm a Chad.
Oh, Twerp. I love interacting with Twitch chat. It's actually a lot of fun. So thank you guys for being here, watching with us, and having a good time. We love it too. Let's see some hype there in the chat, though. Who's going to win this game? I know a couple of you are fans of these individual teams. Let's see your support.
Dragon's going to be up in less than a minute here. I think they'll fight over this one 100% because they don't want him to get onto the point.
Ward hop into the ultimate. That means no jungler for this dragon fight.
Good pick. That should be a free dragon as long as they don't get anyone else caught out. Like you get a Briar ult on someone, you can.
They still have unleashed power. They still have the Tarek ultimate, they should be able to not only
They need Mordekaiser
start,
down here.
yeah, they do. Teleport is available, but they might be telling him to just keep pushing because he's not moving. He has the teleport available. They need to get a ward close so that they can actually make it an effective teleport. Drake is up in 7 seconds. That's probably why they're holding on the teleport. Is they still have some time. He's able to clear up some minions, get some gold. Ooh, I like this vision toggle. Thank you, observers. Red is pretty blind at the moment, which is ironic because they have the... They have the Nocturne was what I was going to say. Here we go. Stun down onto the Briar. Invincibility now for Calavir and Kiroro. Senpai says no, still wants to go in. Do they have the damage? They don't. They continuing the fight. Shazbot goes all the way in. Kiroro manages to heal a little bit, but there's a kill back. Kalista has to flash away. He's ignited. Damage down onto Shazbot. He's able to get in and heal. Unleash Power secures that one. Flash there. Top Ramen Chef is fighting Big Bad Burr in the Death Realm. Will he be able to survive? Big Bad Burr just needs one more Q. He doesn't have it. And E-Man Mate take out Team Unknown at the Dragon fight.
Oh no, she's chasing him down.
Oh, and the paranoia is back up. Shut down gold into the hands of Senpai says no. And again, oh no. This just went from bad to terrible, Proden. We've got a Rift Herald summoned up. They're going to push in this lane. They're going to take another turret. E-Man Mate have total control of the map. Only 19 minutes in.
Yeah, they fought that fight really, really well. That was pretty good. Back, they dove in where they needed to, got the kills they needed early, secured the dragon, and they're sufficiently snowballing this game now that it's going to be really tough for Team Unknown to be able to push back on this with what's going on. But they need to play around their strength of Varus because he is the strongest in the game and allow him to do the damage he needs to do. Protect him. Keep Briar off him. Keep everyone off of him.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to win fights, it's going to be through Calavir.
Especially now that he has that Rage Blade, right? He's going to be scaling up with the W, so his spells will deal more damage when he procs the Blighted Quiver. He's going to be attacking a lot. He's got that max health damage with the Kraken Slayer. They do definitely need to keep that man alive. So our setups here. We are past 20 minutes, means the Baron is on the table, but I don't think now is the time to go for it. There's no setup or anything like that. Oh, but do we have enough damage here? Nope,
oh, no.
Death is in some trouble. He used the Scatter of the Weak, which means that Senpai says no can just keep coming in. Ultimate channeled from the Karthus, but there's the damage. Oh, that crit was massive! But the burn from Top Ramen Chef means that, it means that he picks up a kill. In goes Callista. Undead Strider is in some trouble. Kick away. Senpai says no, goes right into Calavir. That was the opposite, but he picks up the kill instead.
I don't know about Lee Sin having Varus catch the jungler.
Orya Hatchel is looking for something.
Yeah, if they could have if Calavir was still had enough health, they might have been able to go for the Baron after this.
This is in some trouble. He doesn't have a flash. Oh, the Q followed him. There's no way. The timing there from Shazbot was amazing.
Wow, that's a feels bad moment.
Yeah, it
that
does.
Was a nasty pick. Follows him over the wall, gets the kill, and steals his blue buff. And they're even going to be able to get the Baron most likely secured. I mean, maybe they can stop this, but I don't think so. Well, not without Lee Sin.
I think that they can
unless they get a pick.
Stop the attempt. All right, there we go. Now, Paranoia has been cast. He's almost in range to get in there. Shazbot is running away. Undead Strider going up to support Orya Hatchel, but he doesn't need to. That 1v1 is over. It's a 3v4 now. Lee Sin is on the way. Chain of Corruption does not land onto Undead Strider, but there's a stun. Senpai says no, taking a lot of damage. In comes the ultimate. Do they have the timing? They do. No kill, though, onto Senpai says no. Orya Hatchel is shut down. Calavir picks that one up. He gets another. Senpai says no, is still alive. He goes down. Now, in comes Callista.
Calavir's popping off!
Kill! That's a quadra for Calavir and Team Unknown. He's life-stealing. He doesn't make it! Curse you, Requiem, and your horrible timing. Well played from both teams, but that's what we were talking about. The on-hit Varus saves Team Unknown from the brink of elimination on that fight.
Varus has 3 items now, 11 kills. His damage is massive. No one has started stacking really any armor right now, so that Blade of the Rim King is going to be doing quite an effective amount of damage towards everyone.
Thank you, production, for throwing up this gold map. Look at this. It went all the way down to 4,500, but it's climbing back up. Team Unknown is in this game, especially with that quadra kill from Calavir. This is going well for them at the moment. They're only behind just a little bit. They need to get some turrets, though. They need to get some presence on the map.
Keep Calavir alive. Kill for him as much as you can. The damage he is putting out is massive right now.
And it's going to be easier with the Blade of the Ruin King, right? He's got some built-in sustain now. In goes the first attempt onto Death. Fear does not land, but Briar ult does. It's onto Tarek, though. Not the best target. Do they have enough damage to pick up a kill? That's a knockback. Ultimate down onto Death says no. That is a dead Nocturne. Shazbot goes down. Calavir picks that one up. That is Drake for Team Unknown.
This is going to be Soul Point. This Drake will be huge for them if they can get it, because this will help them sustain through the damage that they could be getting if Karthus ults earlier, hits them with some Qs. Like, this will be massive for them to have this sustain. You
Absolutely.
do not want MN Mate to get that. That would ruin you. With all the sustain they already have on their team, it would make this game probably impossible to play.
They're going for the Baron now. Calavir has a lot of damage. He should be able to burst through this very, very quickly. Do they have the timing, though? It's going down fast. 6,000 left. They got to keep A-Man out of the pit. It's secured really quickly, really easily. We get an ultimate from the Karthus. It's not enough to do anything. It'll stop their backs for a moment or two because of the Leandries, but that it is. That's the Baron pickup. That's the turnaround. And Team Unknown are feeling pretty good about that.
And just like that, the game is almost tied again. It's pretty much even. This has been a great series so far. I love the back and forth. I hope it's been wonderful.
Game number 2 is definitely delivering between these teams. And this Calavir, he got another Vampiric Scepter already. I want to say that's going to turn into the Shield Bow. I think that's the right option. It's not as much damage as the Bloodthirster, but the extra safety from the Mythic is probably the answer. That's a dead undead Strider. Nope, not undead Strider. Dead Strider. Absolutely.
I don't think they can fight against the team. Their team fight is too good. Like, they needed to rely on getting picks and separating the team out. And I think when they group, they can't get it done unless they can somehow get a pick and separate the team. It's going to be really hard for Mate. Man, I can't say that name. Or excuse me. E-Man.
All right.
to get through them.
Warwick is pushing on the top side, but I don't think you win that. This
No,
race
you
is
lose if he
definitely
doesn't come
Team
back.
Unknowns. Oh, especially with top Ramen Chef going down that low. And now with that Baron buff, all Team Unknown need to do is back and just pick another lane.
Yeah, bot lane is pushed in right now. They could rotate over there and start pushing up that lane, but I do think Mordekaiser needs to go back and stop Warwick.
All right, there he is. He's going to go under the turret and stop that. Bottom lane, like you said, is already pushed up. They're going to take that turret, dodging out the Briar ultimate there on the bottom side. So, masterful play with the Baron buff. This is one of the things that I think a lot of teams don't understand. When you get the Baron, you got to be out in the lanes. It's
Stop
the whole
farming.
purpose of the buff. Yeah.
Oh, are they looking
But
for?
the
I don't
collapse.
think they
Do
win
we see
with
the
this
collapse? This could be really terrifying. Senpai says no. Has eyes on Callista. He's gonna dodge it out. They're gonna go underneath their turret. Shazbot, he wants to jump in. Big Bad Bird. No! The crowd control is there. And Shazbot goes down before the fight's even started. Calavir picks that one up. Senpai says no. Is in the front line. Do they have the engage? Kirobo gets the stun down onto top Ramen Chef. And now 3 members are invulnerable. Flash into the kick. Senpai says no. Has to flash away as well. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. But Paranoia We'll save him for now. He's staying a little bit too close, and he will go down eventually, I guess. And there it is, another team fight win for Team Unknown.
Just like that, the gold lead goes from being even and balloons to 2,000 lead for Team Unknown. And they have super minions slamming down inside their base trying to knock down these towers. This game flipped real quick with some really good play.
We said it before, keep Calavir alive. That is the recipe for success for Team Unknown. They've been able to do it the last 2 fights. There is the shield bow and a stopwatch already purchased. Guardian Angel for him is going to be massive, especially based on the enemy team comp. So much physical damage, and the revive is going to be invaluable.
And the Baron, or not the Baron, the Dragon's about to spawn here in about 45 seconds. This will give them, so I suspect that Iman is going to probably either lose the game or win the game at this Dragon. Because if they get it, I really don't think they have a chance with the sustain the Dragon's going to give them. So I think they really have to all in on this and try to get a pick before the Dragon comes up to try and get the Dragon and stop it.
Unknown doesn't want to let them do it. They're pushing up on the bottom. They're shoving in the super wave as well. And Briar deals a lot of damage, but is it is it enough to save? Here we go, Scout of the Week, and again, not Undead Strider, Dead Strider. And that definitely secures the Dragon and the soul for Team Unknown.
Dead Strider?
Yeah.
That's what Torp said. Called him Dead Strider, too.
Yep, it's Dead Strider.
All right, Dragon Soul goes over to Team Unknown.
And now they just push in this bottom wave. They take another inhibitor, and it's rinse and repeat, I would say. Doing very, very well. Again, patience in the suffering, right? It's tied 23-23. Flashes are followed. There's the kick and the kill. Beautiful from Team Unknown. Do they have enough to kill Shazbot? They go invulnerable underneath the turret. Kalista gets that one. All 5 are still alive. And Top Ramen Chef is trying to fight death, but I don't think he has it. Calavir picks up yet another. Undead Strider has come back. We're going to see the Requiem come down, but it is not enough. Oh, look at this rotation. Team Unknown going to go to the mid lane. And they're going to just end the game here. They have the super minions. They have 20 seconds. Flash burned by Undead Strider. He does not want to die again. Turret goes down. Second turret goes down. Everybody watching, we have ourselves the full series. Senpai Says No is going to go down as well. And the Nexus is taken out by Team Unknown.
What great play by Team Unknown to come back from being down again to rally around their ADC, their bot lane that got ahead, and realize that's where their strength was, to be grouped as 5, that team can't pick them off when they're together. Like, I love that play. I love that they put it together and played to their team comp strength and won.
Absolutely. And just how terrifying that Varus was able to become. I think that's what we were expecting from the Draven in the first game they played earlier today. But this time it was able to definitely work out. Flying colors. But we cannot take away what Eman Mate was able to do in that game. They were able to come back in the mid game, have almost 4,000 gold ahead. Just you can't beat the Varus that gets that fed.
Do we get silver scrapes now, Jahadre? Is a 3 series worth of silver scrapes, or is that only for
That's
5s?
not up to me, my friend. That is up to our director. We will find out, though, because we're going to go to a quick break. You guys cannot move anywhere. We'll be back with game number 3 and the conclusion of today's tournament right after this. Everyone, welcome back to the Progenitor League Circuit Tournament. This is game number 3 of our finals of the first tournament between Eman Mate and Team Unknown. It is the 4th game they're playing against each other, but only game number 3. I am Benjuhadre Sorensen doing play-by-play today, and with me is Brock Proden Rubino on color casting.
What a great bunch of games we've seen today. Like, just wonderful. This is a great opening stream for us.
Absolutely. We've had good viewership. We've had great games. Everything about today has been magnificent. So before we get into Champ Select, I want to see some applause. Simon Says applaud our production. Yay! Also, Simon Says get some hype in the chat because we are into game number 3. Once we have Champ Select ready, we are into game. Proden, the turnaround here in game number 2 was incredible. The way they were able to protect Calavir and get that Varus up and running. Is that the same strategy we're going to see out of Team Unknown this time?
I don't know. I mean, if they can get ahead and play a protect the ADC comp, they definitely. Calavir showed he could actually, he could do that. He could carry the game that way. So I don't think it's a bad idea. But who knows what the draft's going to be from Eman, because they've had some spicy drafts. They might switch it up on them and do something totally different this time instead of those heavy engaged teams. So I think they're a team that's definitely can change things around. So it could be tough to figure out what you want to do.
Eman on the blue side starts out with the same classic Azir ban. Has to be that target against death. So we won't get to see that. And then Seraphine still followed up, never wanting to see that again. Team Unknown was pretty traumatized by that game, the first game they played today. Do we follow up with other similar bans? All right, another ban against death. Didn't like the Syndra. We should be seeing the Gwen come out here. They realized that the Briar wasn't the big problem. They know that the Gnar wasn't the big problem those last few games. And they've been able to adjust quite well.
Yeah, I think even though Briar got really far ahead, they adjusted in the mid game and kind of figured out how to handle that, and played to their team comp strengths and were able to pull out that victory. So we'll see if they can make adjustments in this game if they get behind again, or maybe they can make the adjustments in the draft that will just allow them to stay ahead and not have to play from behind.
Absolutely. So there we go. We have the Jarvan band again. A traumatic experience when they had that going. Just as a quick thing, if people aren't reading the chat but are just watching, Team Unknown has custom hoodies made for their team. Nice. There is a link in the chat. Hit that up, everybody. Get yourself some Team Unknown swag because that is incredibly awesome.
Do you think we see the Taric band this game?
I don't think so. It was pretty strong, but it's so niche, I think, in what it does. It would... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so.
They're busting out the Ashe again. I wonder if they're going to just go for more of that long-range engage still. They're still going to play to that, because that seems to work for them other than the last game. But it was working, earlier. Then they had made a few mistakes and weren't able to pull the victory. And so I'm wondering if they'll still play something along like that, where they're going to try to have all these ways to engage.
Well, I got baited. Yeah, I got baited, everybody, in listening to the stream. Yeah, I definitely did. But definitely a top diff at that point, too, because I am a top laner, and I just lost. So there it is. It's well done. Well done, Team Unknown. You got me. It's okay. I cast or cursed you at least twice today, not counting the other times I've cast your team. But I still love you, Team Unknown, and I'm glad to see the expansion here of the PLC and our brand, getting Eman in here as well. Brand picked up. Proden,
is this going to be the brand jungle
right
that you wanted? Or is it going to be brand and Ashe in the bot lane?
Nah, man, that's in the jungle for sure. These guys are crazy.
I think brand would be good against the Taric and the Varus. Because of that percent help, he can do all that AoE damage.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. You were hoping for a brand jungle. Maybe it's brand mid.
Nah, bro. All right. So here's the next thing: is we need to talk about the mid lane pick for Team Unknown. The Syndra is gone, and what Syndra does was instrumental to what Unknown was able to do last game. So, what pick are they going to do to facilitate the same strategy? Because if they lock in the Lee Sin on pick 4, then they have the exact same team comp minus the Syndra.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They could go with the same team comp and just do that team fighting they were doing. Like that is a thing. They could do the run back.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But
twerp. It has nothing to do with progeria. It's just progenitor. It's a word that means a beginning or an ancestor. So we're using that name as a way to market a place where people can start getting into competitive League of Legends. You know, being on a stream like this, having your name come out, and all of that. So nothing to do with progeria, but progenitor.
okay, so we got Ivern and Vigar bands hitting the mid pool and the jungle pool just a little bit. Oh, the Lee Sin? Is it
It's
going
the
to
run
be
back.
the same?
Oh,
But
well,
no
if they
Syndra
lock
because they
in-
can't do the Syndra, so we'll have to see exactly.
Yeah.
The Poppy, ooh, that's good
that
into the
is
Lee
actually
Sin.
really strong into Lee Sin. But he is the only one. I found Poppy to be extremely dangerous when you have 4 jumping champions. It's crazy.
Do they lock it in?
I think
They
they
do
yeah.
lock it in.
It's,
Now
it's too strong.
So now we see where your brand is. I tell you, I
No,
could
Poppy
be
can
Poppy
be
support, but I don't think so.
If Gnar goes anywhere but top lane, I think they're trolling. So it's either support or jungle on the Poppy. Uh-oh. Ionis says Poppy ADC. All right.
Brand
well, you got me.
support.
It's brand support.
I told you.
Ah, you got me. Okay, so now we get to see the Nico is locked in on the side of E-Man. So we not only do we need a good matchup, we need a good synergistic pick here. What is Death going to pull out? Okay. I like it. The big burst with the Victor is a great thing to grab. The crowd control with the gravity field, I like it.
2 team fighting teams this time.
Super, super strong here. I am worried about the bottom lane. The last time that the top Ramen Chef had the Ashe, they were able to go really, really hard and get the massive farm lead, especially with the support from the Xerath. You don't have as much damage with the brand, but you have more presence, you have more oppression, you have the ability to burn them down and get the stun. So it should look pretty similar, I would think.
Yeah, they just have to be really careful with Brand just slowly whittling them down or even bursting them out. You know, Brand from behind, not so scary. Brand with some gold, pretty scary.
Absolutely. So we're into spectator delay, everybody. This is probably one of the most tense moments for me as a caster. Is these 3 minutes we have to wait until we get into the game, because by the time we get in there, stuff's already happened. And seeing what that is, especially with these picks, the uniqueness of our drafts. With Death has played a different champion literally all 4 games, and Oria Hatchel has played 3. Undead Strider, I think, has played 4. So it's just, there are new champions everywhere, and it's feeling really, really good.
Yeah,
What do we
I
see
like seeing new picks, even if it's only a couple.
Do we see the invade again from Team Unknown?
I think you can invade with this team. I think with Tarek's stun, you can get a good stun and force a flash. So I definitely think you could. I mean, I don't think Nico's going to start with an E, but it's a possibility. But I definitely think there could be an invade. But we'll have to see. We've only had one real invade. they might do it again. It'd be interesting to see what happens if they can get the early flash off one of the bot laners or even the mid laner. So it would definitely make the game a lot easier for them.
Agreed. Taking a look here again at our matchups. So we know that the Poppy's going to do well into the Lee Sin. How do we feel about the Mordekaiser in top against the Gnar again?
I think we'll see around the similar type of stuff we saw with them last time. You know, maybe they'll each solo kill each other, but we haven't really seen the Gnar get super far ahead in any of the games. Usually gets slightly behind, stays even, or maybe so. And Mordekaiser's usually he's been doing all right too, but nobody's really snowballed the top lane with either of those picks. So I kind of think it'll be more of the same. They'll just kind of be somewhat close to each other. I more think that you've got to get this Varus and Taric ahead again. You have to make sure, because I think it can be really oppressive with Brand's poke down there. But if played right, I think they can sustain through it, and Varus should be able to out damage the Ashe as the game goes along.
Definitely. So one thing about last game was the Varus Taric was what won them the game, but it was with very little outside interaction. Are we going to see something similar, or is it going to be more attention from the Lee Sin, try and get that going earlier in the game?
Well, I think Lee Sin's I think he should probably definitely get it early.
Mm-hmm.
Get an early gank if you can in the bot lane. Blow some flashes, even if you don't get anything, just I think you need to get that lane going quick. That way you don't have to necessarily hover down there, but you can come by, but get them to where they can kind of be aggressive in the lane. Keep it how they did last game, where they were just pushing and had control, and try to make sure your Victor can get going. I don't think top is really going to be decided too much with jungle interference. I think you definitely want to look towards bottom and mid, especially Victor.
Yeah.
Victor scales really well, so even getting him ahead would be good with all the poke that he can do. It'll be really hard for them to get in.
Agreed. For the last time today, everybody, we are on Summoner's Rift, game number 3 of our, let's call it, grand finals. E-Men Mate versus Team Unknown. We got some mastery flashing and some silly play there in the mid lane.
No invade.
Invade.
Yeah, just ran down there and waved at each other.
I love it. Twerp, it is a trick of perspective. My microphone is about 7 inches closer to the camera than my head is, and that's what it is. No, it's also a large microphone. It's just a Blue Yeti.
Jahadre just has a giant mic. It's actually in the back of his room. It's so big.
That would be actually really cool. I wish.
Yeah, that'd be a huge mic. All right. So both junglers are going to look like they are clearing from bot to top, unless they decide to do like a quick level 2 gank. But I'm assuming they're probably just going to clear towards the top side.
Yeah, I think that level 2 gank from Lee Sin is actually really, really strong. From Poppy, I can see how it would be strong, but we don't have a Jarvan or Xin Zhao or something like that really does it.
Already just getting poked down right here. It's rough early, and it's hard to really get lane control early with Taric to push the wave like that, unless you're using your stun on the wave, but you don't really want to be stunning the wave. Yeah, and it kind of leaves you open to just be ran at. So you got to get the levels on the Taric so you can get the shield, get the healing, and try to help you mitigate some of the damage that Brand's poke and Ashe's poke is going to do.
But this is exactly what Ramen Chef and Undead Strider were able to do in the last time they played with the Ashe. Just get that push, pick up huge CS leads, and be so oppressive. So I think it'll continue that way for a little bit. We get some fights up top, but it doesn't matter. Death. Oh, a nice gravity field. Is able to stop the aggression here. Callista cannot use any of his jumps. Waits it out. gets out with the jump to death.
Yeah, Callista played that really well, coming in, getting inside before he could get stopped by by Poppy, gets some damage in, forcing her to back off and not pursue, killing Victor. Good counter gank. Helped his laner be able to stay there and keep farming, not have to go to base yet.
So help me out. Is it gravity well or gravity field? Because I can't remember.
Why not both?
Why not? Because it's only one spell. Who do
I
you mean why
think
not
it's
both?
gravity filled. I think it's gravity filled.
All
Oh
right.
wow, they're just invading this red buff super hard, and they have the prio in both the lanes, and they.
There's the stun.
Yeah, Clodo just needs to
Flashes
leave.
Followed. Callista's in trouble. He gets the blast, but he doesn't make it over the wall.
Oh
First blood to Shazbot with a beautiful invade from Eman Might.
no! Wow, really good invade. Just got lane prio and went in. They just couldn't answer. They'd lose too much in those lanes. I think Clodo probably. Excuse me, Callista. I keep calling him by his other
Yeah,
name.
right.
He needs to just leave as soon as they come in there. I know you want to stay, but it's just you just can't at that point. Nobody can really answer or help you out.
Yeah, and that's one of those problems with Lee Sin. He is very mobile, but you know he does not win those early fights when there are 3 of them. All right, so it is gravity bubble. No,
Gravity bubble?
field. No, it's gravity field.
Yeah,
Production hovered it for
yeah,
me.
it's gravity filled. Don't
There
listen
we
to the
go.
trolls.
I love it so much. So this, I think, is going not as well as Team Unknown was hoping it would, but he does get the flashes burned and he makes it out. Sub 30 health, stunned there from Kiroro. Callista has to go away from the steadfast presence. Top Ramen Chef is trying his best to get the kill onto Calavir. They just ignored Kiroro the entire time. That focus was bananas. Callista's gonna get the jump away. Top Ramen Chef thinks he wants more, but a great play from Eman Mate.
And they did give both the kills to the Ashe, which is perfect. You know, getting her set up for for winning that lane, so she can come back with the power from the gold she's about to spend. Push the lane in, keep lane prio, and don't allow Varus to get to the point, you know, where he did in that last game. So really good play in the bot lane to snowball their bottom lane forward.
Three kills to nothing so far, but that's okay. It's working. The plan is working. We got CS lead up in the top side, about equalized with the jungle, but then on the bottom we got a wave over to the side of Team Unknown, so they're staying even again. They're making sure that Eman Mate don't get the full win for free, but Eman doing a great job keeping themselves in this series, staying on top most of the time.
Yeah, Victor right now just needs to farm it up so he can get that wave clear and start shoving those waves in and making his presence more known around the map. Nice sneaky dragon play here to get him while they're resetting, just to come in there, push the lane, and get this free dragon. That's a really good call.
I like that this is similar to what they did last game too. They were able to get all 4 Drakes. The entire game was theirs in terms of Drake kills, and so we got an Elder coming up in 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's a nice early Drake. That's going to be really good for them to try to snowball that. And well, I guess we'll see which dragon we get. We won't know till after the next one, but I'm kind of hoping we get a different dragon than we haven't had yet, just for a little difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with that. Mordekaiser struggling just a little bit against the Gnar. That's going to happen for a little bit. You know, we talked about how the hyper procs make that really a tough matchup. But that turret shot almost equalizes it out. He's going to farm up here.
Nice hit with the Q there.
No stun onto death. He doesn't have his flash. He's going to throw it on the gravity field. Oriah Hatchel picks that one up. A gank coming from Callista. They see it coming with that ward in the brush. No good.
Unfortunately, too, Victor's just used his TP to come back into lane last time, so he is going to have to walk all the way back. Probably going to lose about half a wave or more, depending how quick he can get the mid pushed in. So he will lose a few minions for that. But, just needs to play a little safe early. Victor's pretty abusable in the lane early. You need that power spike when you can clear those waves quick and not have to be far from your turret. So gets punished a little bit for positioning. Really good gank from Senpai. He wants to make sure this game is won by getting multiple lanes ahead. So we'll see if that kill in the mid lane can snowball into anything more.
Rift Herald picked up for E-Man. I think you want to drop that one mid. Mid is usually the answer, right? It's the shortest lane. It's the most direct route to the enemy base. And getting your mid laner all that plate gold is really effective, especially when they're these mages that scale so well with ability power.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a terrible idea to drop it there or bot lane. You're getting those lanes snowballing ahead right now, so being able to put more gold into them will really help.
An interesting choice from the Nico, already getting the Sorcerer Shoes, those level 2 boots, before even getting a second real component for the Mythic. What are your thoughts on that? Never mind. The Pop Blossom comes out, and that's the full-on murder train.
Oh, no.
From Death. In comes the Poppy. Oria Hatchel gets the kill. Oh, but is it enough damage from the Chaos Storm?
The Steadfast Presence gets Poppy out, saves her. She would have died on the next tick. That would have been great for Victor to get that trade over and probably given him his first upgrade to his Hextech core.
Yeah. Very, very close. Remember, Steadfast Presence grants you movement speed, everybody. It's more than just a jump blocker. It also
Do we have a gank in the bot lane?
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
he does.
Because there we go. Crowd control onto crowd control. Top Ramen Chef is ignited, and that's shutdown gold going over to Kiroro.
Unfortunately, the last tick of Ignite was able to get it for Tarek, and we couldn't get the kill on Caliber. But we did slow the Ashe down. They'll be able to push in this wave, hopefully get some more CS, and scrape back a little bit of that gold they were behind. Poppy is coming from the side over here. She might...
Oh, Varus is in trouble. Nope, he sees it. They're going to pull back. Poppy makes it into the lane. While we're up here on the top side, Big Bad Burr is having a bit of trouble. He was ahead for a little bit, but he has fallen back. It's only 2 CS, not that big of a difference. Got that kill, though, onto Shazbot. It was the first blood, and so he's only behind that little tiny bit.
Yeah, but he was about 10 or so ahead, so it's been slowly coming back. Or Shazbot's been slowly, taking that back.
All right, we have our fight. The wallop goes in. Big Bad Burr, though, gets to pick up the passive. I think that's what's been so hard for him is Mordekaiser's damage and his healing and such all comes from that passive, being able to be up in the fight. And you're just not able to do that with the Gnar because he has so much range and is able to kite just like this. It's a lot of damage. Big Bad Burr goes in with the mace. The juke out. Rift Herald is somehow on the top side. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, you're probably still going to get some plates. I don't think he's going to be able to stop it, but you're going to get... Is he going to take the second one, too? I think it will from this point, but I think I might have saved it for a little bit later, but maybe they just wanted to create pressure in the top so they could try and get this dragon.
We have a collapse from Undead Strider on the bottom side. Callista wants to go in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not land. Senpai says no, stops the engage. Callista's super low. Hit with the Pop Blossom. Calavir is unstoppable here, or unkillable at the moment. Top Ramen Chef goes down. Oria Hatchel is the only one left. Kiroro does land the stun. Death has a bit of damage. Heal coming out of Kiroro. Dodging out of the gravity field. It gets the kill there. Rampage for Oria Hatchel. But does the burn damage come from Death? It's one more auto attack. He gets it. Oria Hatchel saves the play. Oh, it was so close. Look at the Nico.
Wow, this Nico has 5 kills. She is massive. She's going to go back and probably complete her mythic. Couple other, maybe another component. But yeah, her engages are going to be incredibly dangerous now with this. Rocket Belt completed. Flash isn't but the combo between Flash and Rockabelle coming in, you can't see the Pop Blossom. It really will catch you off guard if you can't track where she's at or know which one is the real Nico. It's just gonna get a lot harder from here on with how strong Nico is and the bot side.
So here's the
He
thing.
still managed to get the dragon after that.
Yeah. It was a 4-for-3 trade in favor of E-Man, but then the Drake goes over, so it all works out. They are stacking the dragons, right? It's the whole point. We saw this in the last game. They're able to stack up these Drakes, and then that power will lead them into the mid game and allow them to really stack up this Varus, get him ahead, and that's their main source of damage. Shazbot underneath the turret just gets a hit down, wall up to get the stun. Into the death realm they go. Shazbot might be in some trouble. He manages to get the Gnar against the wall, but Big Bad Burr is going to be dealing some damage. He gets the Conqueror. That's true damage. Flash is not available, but one more mace hit should do it. Does he have it? Pulls him back, and that's a solo kill for Big Bad Burr.
I think that's how we saw things go in the game before, right? Shazbot got the early kill. Big Bad Bird comes back and kills him later on. It's almost like this is repeating, kind of like how I thought it would.
The Rylai's.
Maybe iCaster cursed it.
Yeah, this is your fault. It's not my fault, everyone. Not my fault. But the Rylai's is a really big deal for that. Senpai is going to go on to Big Bad Burr. I don't know if you're going to kill him. Oh, you will with that teleport. Knock up there from the Keeper's Verdict. No flash. Shazbot is already here. Death, you don't want to stay there, my friend. Enchanted Crystal goes wide, and that's just the end of the fight at that point. Oh, hey, Callista. You saw... Oh, a nice dodge of the Pop Blossom. That was huge. But suddenly, you have Top Ramen Chef there. Callista has to jump away with the safeguard. Root down onto Death. Callista is taken low as well. Sonic Wave. No resonating strike because there's no Dragon Kick to go. Blue team takes out the first turret. Shazbot from E-Man will take that down.
Wow, it's a good little skirmish in the mid lane there. No one gets killed, but just showing you that Victor, he may have been put back a little bit. He still has some good damage with his first item completed, and that ultimate does do tons of damage. Although,
but he's just too close. Ramen Chef almost gets him, flashes away. That gravity well is really paying dividends.
This man is using his flash on cooldown.
Gravity field. Thank you, production.
Every time Death has his flash come back up, it seems like he has to blow it right away.
And you know what? Props to E-Man for doing that, right? The moment it's up, you want him to burn it. Victor is not a mobile champion, so you want him to lose that spell as often as possible. Oh, but Calavir picks up a kill on the bottom side. Let's see. Ultimate used, Ignite used. Easy. But now, do they have enough damage here? There are only 3 minions. Oh. Undead Strider says, nah, thank you, bro.
Just chunks Brand down a bit
points.
They might be able to take it, though, push the lane in fast enough, unless Brand can clear it, but he does need to be careful. He can be killed. But nope, they're just going to push it in and go back and spend their build. I do like the first item that he got to sustain through that poke damage. Got the Blade of the Ruin King.
Exactly, and that was my comment, is he went Kraken Slayer first last game, but this time, because of the sustaining damage of the brand, it just makes more sense. We're going to have a fight here in the middle lane. A lot of crowd control. All of the crowd controls are there. Flash into the kick. Senpai is going to take a lot of damage. Pop Blossom is going to stop Callista from...
Oh, he gets the kill!
Never mind. The cripple goes in. He follows the resonating strike. Oh! Kiroro burns the flash off the
What
brand.
a play.
Wow. Immensely impressive there. Big Burr is going to get hit with Shazbot. Flash burned. He's going to get the slow there. Here comes the Shazbot follow. And this is exactly it. Hit the W. He doesn't have the cooldown. And Shazbot picks up his only second. His solo kill.
Gnar showing his dominance. Doesn't want to be shown that he can beat him in that fight. He didn't like the way the last one went, so he wanted to show Big Bad Bird that wasn't going to happen again.
So, I might have said the cripple goes in. It was not meant that way. The name of the spell is cripple. He used the cripple and went in. Is what I was trying to say. Thank you so much, chat. Man, I can't win.
I didn't even think of it that way. Wow. Chat will get you.
Neither did I until they brought it up. But here we go. This is the Drake play. Teleport is used. Big Bad Bird is here. And Team Unknown know that they need these Drakes. Will they be able to get it? Shazbot is about to go Mega. Undead Strider is brought into the Death Realm. Blue team does secure the dragon. Big Bad Bird does pick up a kill there. It looks like Team Unknown is actually winning this fight pretty handily. Ramen Chef goes down. That's a 4-for-1 so far. Will Shazbot make it out? He does. He has to hop away. He has to flash. And they don't get the Drake, but they do win the fight afterward. Team Unknown come out ahead there.
Yeah, Cavalier gets a triple kill out of that. Just probably boosting him ahead of where the Ash is right now by getting some shutdowns. I don't know if he got the Nico kill, but that was at least 500 plus gold. Varus is just out of control right now. Yeah, I think you have to leave. If you get stunned, you die.
Absolutely. Shazbot does make it out. Turret going down. Unknown really taking advantage of that play. They're only 100 gold behind, maybe 150. This is looking very similar to the last game, so E-Man need to be careful. If they keep letting it go this way, Rage Blade is almost complete for the Varus.
Yeah, and Varus was able to flash out of the Gnar ult, and that is why he was able just to come back in and deliver all of that damage. Had he been hit, they might have been able to win that fight with Varus just free casting from behind. They just could not win the fight with that. The DPS was just too high, and nobody could get to him.
All right.
I like how you're permitting words in the chat.
Hey, it's because it's the name of a spell.
Yeah.
That's my bad, everybody. That's my bad.
All right. So Baron is up. He just hit the 20-minute mark. Looks like we're gonna have a Chem Tech Drake. I'm gonna let you do all the big words because I can't say that.
Chem Tech. Oh, yeah, now I can't even do it. Chem Tech Drake.
Not the strongest Drake. Probably the weakest one, but I mean, you still would rather have it than not have it. So,
yeah.
The dragon stacking has been slowing down, so we're not going to see a Dragon Soul anytime soon. But the Baron is up, so a pick from either team could allow an easy Baron take.
I love looking at the pings here. E-Man just threw everything on the map, right? They were pinging right south of the mid lane at the Baron pit as well. They know what's coming. They know what they need to do, and they know that they need to stop it quick. Otherwise, this game is going to get out of control. The Varus already 5-2, has 2 items completed, on track.
We're back to a pretty much
Kalista,
100% even
game. Gonna find Shazbot, uses the cripple to slow him down, has the red buffs. I can't call that spell anymore, all right? It's ruined.
Crippling Strike, isn't that what it is?
I think it's just cripple.
I think it's Crippling Strike. You should say that.
Help me out. Help me out, production.
Oh, it is cripple. You're right. I thought it was.
I told you. Oh, but I'm using it too early. It's called Tempest first.
Tempest.
It's Tempest. So I've been wrong regardless. Thank you, chat. You're keeping me honest. I'm learning. Oh, it's so much fun. All right. Drake up in 140. That's going to be the next focus here. Kalista going to clear out some of the vision, get themselves the Scuttle Crab. I think that's a great plan, right? You get as much vision up as you can.
All the TPs are about to be up. Big Bad Bird's about to have his. So there'll be TPs from every lane able to join. Well, not every lane, mid and top from both sides to be able to join any fights that happen. I'm not sure how they want to do this. If they're going to try to engage with the Ash out or maybe try to get like, oh, here we
Nice cleanse from Calavir, but it is no matter. They still take him out. No flash, and the collapse from Shazbot, that's Baron for sure. These guys are going right over there. They know all of the damage is on Calavir, and they don't care about anything else.
Death is looking probably like he's going to TP in. He's recalling right now. Nico's in the bot lane. So if he can TP in before Nico does, or they can force a stop on this. He is coming from the side flanking. I don't know if you want your Victor flanking.
Flash forward from
Excuse me,
Big
that
Bad
was Nico
Bird. Death
flanking.
already picks up a kill. Into the Death Realm goes Senpai. Huge damage. Shazbot is barely alive. He goes down. Callista picks that one up. Oriahacho gets a good pop blossom, but it's not enough as they were invincible at the time. Senpai is down. The only one left is the top Ramen Chef. He's going to take a lot of damage. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Flash to follow the Blast Cone. Tempest, Cripple, Auto Attacks, Ace, and that is Team Unknown picking up the fight at the Baron Pit.
Oh, I love how I just called Desk. I just said Desk. TP was top and it was Nico. I'll apologize for that.
Here we go. Suddenly the DPS is here. Calavir has respawned. He's joined his team on the Baron. Not only that, but the Drake has spawned as well. Baron has been taken. Team Unknown doing exactly what they did last game, letting the Varus scale, picking the right fights, going for the objectives. This is so much fun. E-Man have to be worried at this point in the game.
Yeah, they had an early lead, as you can see in the graph here, but the game within the last little bit has really swung back. Oh my lord!
Just like that. Okay, well, he is definitely the victor of that fight.
True.
Thank
Man
you.
just
Thank
goes
you,
up
everybody.
in flames.
Hey, there he is. And that is going to be one more Chemtech Dragon in the hands of Team Unknown. They have the Baron buff. This is going to be a really big push, especially with the support down. Do we see the fight? Oh, a prediction here. The kick did not work. He did not get him pulled out the other way. Turret has been taken. There's the root. But the flash forward, Kiroro will manage to get the stun. Shazbot knocks 2 against the wall. Oriahacho tries to save himself, preempting the Pop Blossom. It gets no one. Keeper's Verdict was also very well used there from Senpai, but turret goes down regardless. Team Unknown on the push. Oriahacho might be caught. Callista does not want to follow that for the Lee Syndrome.
The Lee Syndrome.
Yeah, man. Lee Syndrome is one of my favorite words.
Yeah. They did get... Gnar did blow his flash escaping because he got pulled back that fight, so they're not going to be able to get like a flash jump Gnar ult anytime soon, so it's going to be a little bit harder for him to try to get into that back line and stun everyone into the wall. They really need like a full-on 5-man Gnar ult into a wall, into like a Poppy Slam, into like an Ash ult, like just to wombo combo everybody and kill them right now. This lead is ballooning out of control at this point. It's getting bigger and bigger. They're gonna need to really get a pick, but it's so hard to get a pick against this team.
Jump.
Oh, the kick from Callista,
Shazbot goes
beautiful.
down. They were able to pull that play because 3 members chased Death on the bottom side. We weren't able to see that one as the engage was coming up on the top, but Team Unknown really, again, using the map to their advantage. When you see 3 members of E-Man going bottom to chase a victor, you dive.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful play. Ward hops over there. Back behind it, flashes, gets the kick, or excuse me, does not flash, but gets in behind the Gnar and kicks him forward into the team, and just they instantly blow him up. Really good play, allows them to take that turret, push in, and then get a clean reset where they don't lose anything.
The largest lead this game so far, 7,000 now in favor of Team Unknown. Will they be able to hold on to it? E-Man has shown themselves to be excellent team fighters and really well coordinated when they need to. So, will they be able to pull out the win? There are only 2.5 minutes before the Dragon Soul comes back up. 1 minute and 15 seconds later, Baron is back up. Will E-Man be able to find their fights in the side lane, get those picks, and shove in to get their advantage back? Or will it stay in Team Unknown's favor?
Look at the item difference on the ADCs. Varus is a full item ahead, plus he has a stopwatch. So it's going to be really hard to, like, even if you do get a catch on him, to burst him out, because he's going to be able to stopwatch, and then the team's going to be able to peel. You know, he does have his flash up, his cleanse. It's really tough at this point to try and get a kill on him if he's surrounded by his team. There's somehow you have to get him separated and burst him out.
Here comes the setup. Everybody grabbing their buffs. Vision going to be taken. Push in the mid lane as well. Baron buff obviously has worn down now. They weren't able to get the inhibitor, but they pushed really far in. You have mid lane all the way to the base, top lane all the way to the base. Only about, I'm going to say a fifth or less of the bottom lane turrets health. So Unknown, ready to reset and go set up on this dragon. Take that for the soul. I'm really looking forward to seeing what E-Man do to stop it.
Looks like Gnar is about to get that bottom turret. He might be able to get a little bit of gold. Yeah, he did get it. He got a little bit of gold back into the team. I mean, they need more bounties than that, though. That's not enough to really put them on even footing. They're so far behind. They need to get some of the bounties. They need to get the bounty off the other champions and a couple more turrets before they can really take a head-on fight. Right now, you got to try and pick somebody out if you want to bring this game back or try to stop this dragon stack.
Oh. Undead Strider has to flash away. He was going to go down there. That is literally just the first half of a Victor laser. Arrow goes through.
Nice side
misses.
step.
This is big for Team Unknown. Senpai Says No is going to have to land a super strong Keeper's Verdict to knock people out of this pit to stop the soul. But
they don't have a really good
it?
way in with Victor, in front there. Poppy's trying to get closer and get in. And they're kind of pushing their way in right now, but it's really hard with the Victor poke to get into a good position without getting poked down.
Keeper's Verdict knocks away too. This is a 5v3 now. Dragon does go over. Huge crowd control down onto the Nard. Callista gets the kick, but he is caught in the pit. He manages to kill the brand with the kick of Shazbot. The rest of Unknown has made it back in. In goes the Victor. The damage there. Callista is staying alive, healing up just enough, and that's going to be the ace. A 5-0 plus the soul. Triple kill on Callista. That means Team Unknown have free reign of Summoner's Rift. They're going to push mid.
I think they're just going to try to end the game. They're not even going to go for the Baron. No, actually, they might be able to end, actually, because it's only one that's coming up soon is Brand. Well, they are splitting their push, so maybe not. But I think they can possibly end the game if they push fast enough. And they can always fall back to the Baron after they push in, so either way is a good call.
I like doing the double inhibitor. It's a much safer route.
Yeah.
Flash forward from death.
Oh,
the
no.
Damage, and there's the ace. Victor, leaving just the Ashe outline. Thank you, observers, for that. That was amazing.
There's more than one Ashe in this game.
Hey, nice work. And there we go. That was a huge swing in power, huge swing in gold. Team Unknown now 9,000 gold ahead, 10 kills up. They're able to break 2 inhibitors. When we watched the first 2 games here, these guys they've always looked really close, but E-Man was able to get ahead the first 2. But now, this time, Calavir again, team on his back. The setups from the Victor, from the Tarek, and from the Lee Sin, just getting this guy exactly what he needs. It's the ticket. He may not be unknown as a team, but they will know his name after this.
And now all lanes are pushing. You just go into the top lane, get the Baron minions buffed up, come down, and just make your slow push in. Just let the waves push in slow. You don't really need to do this fast and make a mistake to let them extend the game out further. Just push in, wait for something to happen, or just let the minions kill it and put the tower, and then push in on the other side. Don't get blown up. Don't step out of where you should be. Position correctly. Just let the minions do the work.
On top of that, E-Man really need to be careful with their engage tools, right? The Enchanted Crystal Arrow missing was huge for Team Unknown. Undead Strider unable to use his damage.
Victor's ult was used. I don't really think it did much damage. A little bit. Now the waves are starting to push in the base. This is when you can really put the pressure on that top tower because somebody has to answer those waves.
So here it comes. Wave in mid has made it to the turrets. Nico is back there trying to do something. Death kills Undead Strider. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Do they have the damage? In goes the Tarek Ultimate. They are all invincible and take no damage from the Pop Blossom. That was brutal. Big Bad Bird goes into the Death Realm, able to fight for El Chaco. Calavera on a rampage. Callista goes in, gets the smite kill, and this is gonna be it, Proton. Team Unknown from the brink of the 1-0 and losing the game before take the best of 3 and are the first PLC champions.
What a great game. What a great series. What a great day. It was very enjoyable.
Absolutely.
Such a great turnout.
And I am so pleased with how all of our teams performed today. I don't think there was a single not close match. Even our first one between Eman and Cannon Fodder was close up until the last few minutes. And then watching 4 straight games of Unknown versus Eman Mate was, I'm not surprised that I would not be surprised if someone called for a game 5 just to really see.
It was great though. I mean, technically they're 2-2, but unfortunately the first one does not count into the best of series.
Yeah, exactly. But very well played. I loved the draft adaptations. I loved especially the game number 2 draft with 4 junglers. That was so much fun. They were able to do a lot of work with it. I'm very, very happy with that. Everyone, congratulations to Team Unknown, but also huge thanks and congratulations to Cannon Fodder and Eman Mate, because beautiful games all around. Everything about today has been excellent. All right, everybody. Here's the next thing. We have an amazing production director, Admin Anonymous, and he has set up an interview with one of the winning players from Team Unknown. Once they are ready after their celebrations and such, we will have them join us on the stream and we will talk to them about their win here in this tournament. Proton, the key was Calavera, keeping him alive.
Yes, definitely get a comp that can surround that ADC. Let him just pump out all the damage he could with that on-hit build he was doing, and just keep him safe. Make sure nobody gets on him, and that was how they won.
Absolutely. I love the way that they were able to just kind of poke it in, right? They had the Baron push. It's one of the least understood mechanics, I think, in the game, right? When you have the Baron buff, and especially if with that Baron buff, you have inhibitors down somewhere else, just let the game happen. I think too many teams try to push too hard when they have the buff. I was casting, and then after that I was managing a team, and it was the most frequent mistake I think I saw with the Baron buff is people were like, oh, it gives us stats, let's go fight him, and that's not how that buff is designed to work.
Yeah, it gives you stats, but you're supposed to use to knock down the towers.
All right, everybody, we have just been notified that not only are we going to meet with someone from Team Unknown, it is their captain, it is their savior from the last 2 games. Calavera will be joining us here for the interview. I'm actually really excited about that.
I am too. I don't think have we talked to Calavera before? Is he from our old series we used to do?
Yeah, he was there. I don't think we ever interviewed him. That series had a weird power curve, and he and his team were never able to make it out of the quarterfinals. But I have met him. I think he's a great guy. He's a lot of fun, very passionate about playing competitive League of Legends. Everyone was always so much fun to be around there, and I think he's a great person to interview at the end of this. He'll have a lot of insight, right? We have a lot of stuff to talk about with him.
Yeah, I want to know what their thoughts were on, like, when they had originally lost the first 2 they played, and then how they brought that back to figure out what they needed to do. So
absolutely. All righty. So once we are ready for that, we will have Calavir on to talk about Team Unknown's victory. We see a lot of love actually coming here from the chat. We got number one fan. Oh, Brisbane. Nope, Brisabi. Brisabi. We'll call it Brisabi. Brisabi, a pair married to Calavir. Kiroro only.
Kodo.
One and
Kodo
only
would
number
have
7
married
fan.
him if it was legal.
Oh man, so much good stuff here in the chat. I want to, you know what? Let's shout out the chat. Everyone in the chat having a good time, keeping us honest, trolling us a little bit. It's been a lot of fun, guys.
Yeah, this was supposed to actually happen last year, like over a year ago.
Yeah, it was May of 2022.
But some things happened, and Jahadre had some life changes, and we all had to get back together later on to.
Alrighty. It looks like I see someone else in our chat. Oh. Okay, just doing our mic checks here. We have Calavir in the house, in the room, getting his mic set up. Oh man, I'm stoked. I'm super excited about that. But everyone who is here in the chat and watching the stream, once again, make sure to follow. Make sure to join the Discord. Follow us on Twitter as well. It's at Progen Circuit. Follow us so you know when A, the next tournament is, and B, when we graduate. One of the big things we're doing is we're starting with single day tournaments, just free entry, no prize pool. Once we get enough teams coming consistently, we'll put in a prize pool, that will obviously mean we need some entry fees, but it'll all be investment into this project. And after that, when we get enough consistent people, we can get a big series, a multi-week series where we can put up the stats, see our teams back and everything. It's all in the works, but we need your support. Okay. So make sure to follow, keep up with it, and invite everybody else who does League of Legends to be involved with it, because that's the dream. All right. And with that giant blurb out of the way, we have Calavir here. Hello, sir, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can. Loud and clear.
Hello. That was awesome. Thank you guys so much for the experience.
So
thank you.
One of the big questions that I have is how the role swapping. Do you think that was part of your victory there? Was the ability to move around your players? Do you think that changed anything significant?
Yeah, I do think so. We were kind of trying some stuff out. We're planning on playing Clash tonight, so we had a prep for some roles. We tried to practice a little bit with them, but in the end, we just decided to go to our main roles, and that kind of just felt better for the team. And I mean, even with those close games, it felt like the right decision.
Talk to me about those close games. The first two were very close, but E-Man at the end definitely had the advantage. How did you come back from going 0-2 and then making the reverse sweep happen?
I want to say it's because of that first game. We saw them just stomp. We kind of went in a little shaky. We weren't super confident. Weren't sure what to expect, and we've never seen these guys in the past, so that was really fun. And yeah, they kind of swept us off our feet, caught us off guard, and we just talked a lot between games. Really focused on what we wanted to do with our comp and how we wanted to play it. But yeah, I mean, even in those first two games, they just with the Briar, with the Gwen, they had a really good jungle mid duo synergy, which we kind of caught on there and tried to almost counter with shooting Kodo Draco to jungle to help with death there in the mid lane. So yeah.
For everyone else who didn't catch it, Kodo Draco is Callista.
Oh, sorry.
So and it's hard because that's his in-game name, but literally everywhere else he's Kodo Draco. So we just need to make that clear so that people know who we're talking about.
Yeah, yes. Even I called him Kodo Draco on the stream a couple times because that was his original in-game name until he changed it to Callista. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's we just kind of worked together as a team and started communicating a little better. So yeah.
Uh-oh. we got
Oh,
an
no.
updated title here for Calavir. So then we saw from game number 1, the plan has always been to carry from the bot lane, right? You played the Draven, you got that really far ahead. What was the difference in the compositions with the Varus that made that work out so well?
I really think it was just the Tark support, honestly. Keeping me alive. I don't have to worry about the backline. I don't have to worry about the Ashe doing damage to me. I don't have to worry about the Briar or any of the ranged support casters was always a problem in those team fights. And so as soon as kind of Tark came into the picture, he was able to shield me, almost peel, and almost just damage prevention even in the team fights. And it just came in clutch for our wins. And yeah, I think the Varus ult really helps there as well. Just provides that additional CC for the team. So yeah.
Perfect. Last question from me is, what advice do you give for other players who are, looking to get into even semi-competitive League of Legends, where they can go into tournaments like this with a consistent team and try and get some practice, maybe do well in Clash? What have you done, and what would you recommend others do?
Just find a good group to play with, some friends. I think here for these kind of tournaments, the staff and the backline, or the admin anonymous, Juhadre, Proton, all you guys have just been super, super helpful in putting these together, and honestly reaching out to us. And you guys just have a lot of sources to give to new players and potentially throw some teams together. But I think just get to know everyone here, reach out to some of the other people, and just try to play some games. I think that's the best thing you can do.
All right. Broden, any other questions you want to give to Calavir?
How long have you guys all been playing together? Is this their first time, or do you just throw this team together for Clash and decide to do this, or have you guys played in the past?
We have played in the past. We're all IRL friends. We've been friends for almost 6 years now, 7 years I think. We play on and off. Callista was on a different team for a time, but we were still friends with them. And then Big Bad Burke just recently started to play with us, so we kind of swap around. But we're all really good friends, IRL, and just enjoy playing the game together. So yeah.
Right on. Well, I hope you guys will be at the next ones we have, and you can get the word out and get some more people, so we can have a bigger tournament and get to big ones that will last more than one day in the future.
Yes, thank you. And again, thanks to E-Man, mate. That was an absolute blast of a series. We had a bunch of fun, and we really look forward to seeing them and hopefully the other team too that ended up bowing out. I hope everything's okay with them, and we'd love to see them in the future too. So
we would as well. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so now this is just going to be the end of today. Huge thank you to Calavir and Team Unknown. Congratulations to them. Big thanks also to the rest of our players. That's Cannon Fodder and E-Man Mate. I'm going to give an extra special shout out to VG Shazbot. He's been working with us to not only play in, but get this tournament set up. He got the team together. He's been advertising with everybody. And they had a great showing here. Extra big thanks to Admin Anonymous. Everything you see on the stream is him. He's running it. He built it, all of it. So when you get the chance, definitely thank Admin Anonymous. Big thanks to C Games Rule for doing our live tweets for the first few games, and for Toy Story Fan for helping him out with that. Proden, my biggest thanks of the day to you for co-casting with me, and to everyone in the chat. It's been great. So keep an eye on everything. And anything else, Proden?
No, it was fun. I'm just glad we're doing it again. It's been a long time. We used to do these all the time, and it's nice to get back to it. And I hope it keeps growing, and we can consistently do this and get better, and I can knock all this rust off of myself, because God, sometimes it was terrible.
Well,
I
we had a
appreciate
great
it. Thank
time.
you, Jahadre.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, everyone. Then with that, one more huge thank you. We'll catch you next time. Remember to follow us at ProGen Circuit on Twitter. You have the stream here. Find our Discord links where you can, and we will catch you next time.
Wow.